12, stick with check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2-1 start, take your shots.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close, wait to see what's up, let me know. Stand by, I'll be back. 33.
3-3, can I let a supervisor know that I have a case report with an arrest attached?
Morning, everybody. It's studio time today. We're not on the road. We're not on location. We are in studio. What's up, Silky?
Hey, CJ. Good morning.
What's up, Silky? You know what's up, Silky.
I know.
You can already feel it.
It's caliente. I can tell. I can tell just by the first words. It's caliente CJ this morning.
That's right. I got some damn good sleep last night.
Well, good.
Woo! I got some damn, like Ric Flair. Woo! You know? Right? Some Ric Flair shit.
Oh, man. I wish I had. I was up at 6 a.m. editing a video, so.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have time to do that anymore. I wish. But I wish. I know
I'm glad
you
you
mean,
got
though.
some rest.
Yeah, I needed it. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for hopping in. We got a lot of stuff to get into today. We're not only going to be going through like with the press conference, most of it's going to be Sebastian today, but we are also going to cover some of the Riley strain because I will be going back up there. I think Thursday night, I'm going to be going down to Nashville to do some more Riley strain stuff down there. And then we'll be back in Hendersonville Friday to do more help with the searches. I'm still not sure if I'm going to go tomorrow. I think I'm going to go tomorrow, but I'm not sure. I'm still kind of trying to work out some meetings that I'm going to be having in Nashville. So I'm trying to like get all those kind of lined up together. So I'm still not sure about tomorrow, but I should know by later today. For going to Hendersonville tomorrow, but Nashville Thursday, Hendersonville Friday, and then we'll probably just be doing some studio shows until, I don't know, I'll probably end up going down to Hendersonville again, honestly. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know. It's just hard to sit here in the studio, you know. Sometimes I know today I'm taking a break, so today is like studio, no matter what studio. even when I see this green golf ball, you know, I'm like studio. I need rest, but I don't know. Tomorrow I might, you know, just end up going. I don't know. I can't stand sitting at home, not doing nothing. If I have the availability and the energy to do so, it's like get off your ass, dude. You know. Not only saying that shit to others, but myself. You know, I say that same shit to myself. Trust me, there's mornings I wake up just like a couple mornings ago where I didn't maybe get like 2 hours of sleep after searching all day, and I know it's going to be another long day. I'm like, get your ass up. I'm telling myself, get your ass up, you know, get your ass up, get out there. Thank you. Right? You got to yell at yourself sometimes, you know.
I think I have to do it every single day.
Yeah, you got to motivate yourself, you know.
I've got something almost every morning and every day of my life. I have to get up for some reason. So a day that I can sleep in, I take advantage of because it only happens maybe once a month. So
yeah. Once in a while, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, so you must not have got that much rest then, huh?
I don't know. I guess I went to bed somewhere around. I went to bed somewhere around midnight, I guess, best I remember. And then at 6 a.m., which I have to make sure my daughter's up. And this is an important week. This is prom week. Like Friday is her senior prom. So Friday is all about her. and I took off work. Then I have to work the next 2 days. Then it's prom day. And so I'm like, I've got a video I've got to edit. And so at 6, I made sure she was up, and I'm like, I got to get to work. So
That's a hectic day. Prom day, that's a hectic day for a young lady. That's for sure.
oh yeah.
And the parent.
Yeah. And it's the senior prom. So,
Ooh, yeah,
yeah.
the big one. Oh boy.
Yeah.
And you get all those extra teenage emotions in that senior prom too, don't you, Silky?
Oh yeah. But you know what?
Yeah, I know about that extra fucking. Yeah, I know.
But you know what? Honestly, and I dreaded this because my daughter is a little bit a handful. I don't know where she gets that from. No idea. But she has the very best boyfriend in the whole world. And like, he just keeps her calm. And so it's not nearly as stressful. We got to get some stuff today, like last minute stuff. But then like I don't know, he just calms her. So I'm like, you know what? I told him, I said, you are a brave little man taking her on like this. But she's his problem.
If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy,
That's true. I don't know. God.
It is.
I
You
don't know.
gotta take care of mama first. You gotta take care of mama first, because mama's the one that can create all those problems. It's like, mama.
I don't know. I would see my kids don't see it that way.
Really? Well, no. I mean, like, as like as a gentleman, like you gotta take care of mama first.
Well,
as in the boyfriend.
Yeah,
to,
right, right. Yeah.
You gotta take care of mama
And
first.
he does. He's an amazing guy. So, bless his heart.
Well, good for her. Yeah. Hey, that's why they're far and few between out there, because there ain't many out there, and that's why they're so special. If you come across anybody like that, even if it's like people of acquaintances, like even with the community, if the same thing, if there's dumb shit in the community, it's the same thing. You're not taking care of the baby. You got to take care of the baby,
Yeah.
So if you ain't taking care of the baby and we're taking care of the baby, but you don't want to, well, we ain't, you can go do that shit over there.
Yeah.
We take care of the babies over here. So the storms, I had 2 tornado warnings this morning.
Wow.
Yeah. 6 in the morning. 6 and 8:30, I think it was. Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy storms going through.
Jeez.
I can still hear it right now. Yeah.
Yeah, ours are supposed to go through later this afternoon. The school's canceled all the after school activities, and that's the time I'm going to be running around out there in it. So, yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
It's just another day in Alabama.
Yeah. Paradise. Keeping it real. What's up, everybody? We're going to be checking out this press conference. Now, we discussed it, press conference of Sebastian Rogers. Now, we discussed it yesterday, what we thought maybe it could be. And then I was over at Brittany's show last night for a little bit. And we were kind of discussing it some more there, too. I was thinking that they were just going to be like announcing maybe that the United Cajun Navy was departing, and they have another thing. I want to say shout out to, I can't remember the name of the boat search crew that's going out there this weekend. Shout out and thank you, because me and Charlie have been screaming this for a week, and thank God we were screaming it to the United Cajun. We were screaming it to them. But because it's like, dude, they're beautiful days. Why aren't you getting off your ass, people? Like, what the hell? And while me and Charlie and the power team, we can only go, we can only go so far, and then you need a damn boat.
Right.
And so I want to say, I think it's, okay, thank you, Jasmine. Brothers Underwater. I want to say shout out to them, because really, and there's, if I could get in contact with them somehow, I don't know how, There's a couple spots. There's a couple key spots I'd like them to check out if they really could. I don't know. I don't know how to get a hold of them or get in contact with them, but if anybody does, please have them email me or reach out to me, and they can call me. There's just a couple spots as we've been searching that I just really I can't get to. There's no way we can get to. You know this. I'll rappel what the hell ever. I can't
Yeah.
even do that because it's that unsafe. So if there's any way, but who knows? They'll probably end up, even if we don't talk or whatever. I'm sure they'll scale that whole river and all this. There's just a couple spots that I'm just like, oh man, I don't know. I just need to get to that spot and I can't. I need to get a damn boat trailer and a boat. That's what I need to do. I need to be my own. No, for real. I need to be my own. I need to be my own fucking mobile unit. For real. Like, with a boat and fucking all the shit for the ground, the boat. What? You know what I mean? I learn shit quick as hell. All right? Like, I can learn that shit. I don't know. Maybe that's an idea for the future. I never thought about it, but really. Why should I have to wait to depend on other people when I can go do it now if I just have the damn shit to do it?
Yeah, I mean, you might find a good deal on a boat. This time of year, it's going to be. Hello, Rosie.
Hello, I'm late. Sorry.
Oh, you're
Didn't
fine.
want to let me in.
This is not a problem. We're just saying hello and we're just kind of chit chatting for a few. They got the press conference coming up in about 12 minutes or so. And so what's up, Charlie? We'll be checking out the press conference. We're kind of talking about it. I'm thinking they're going to transfer Cajun, UCNs, and then the Brothers Under. Let me make sure I'm saying Brothers Underwater is coming in, and I think it's just going to be maybe an official announcement saying, "Hey, these guys are leaving, these guys are coming in, whatever." But there was some other talk too about maybe they have an announcement on an update when it comes to some people were saying that maybe it could be that they're switching it from a missing persons to a foul play. Right?
I heard rumors.
So it's like, well, yeah. I was over on Brittany's show last night. I hope she's doing okay. She slipped and hurt her foot. And yeah, she had to end her live stream last night because it was hurting so bad. So I know she was going to come on today, but if not, I know she's just send out special prayers to allegedly with Brittany J. She hurt herself pretty bad last night. Real quick, I want to say contribution call out to Ms. King with the heart, becoming a YouTube member. Thank you very much. And see, right there, these glasses, right? Yeah. Thank God I found them. Oh, boy. I was worried when I thought I lost them because that whole, 5 hours or something I drove back from Mississippi. That whole time I'm like, no. But I finally found them when I got back home.
Well, good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad I found my keys. Or I thought I was going to just...
Oh, yeah. I know.
I was panicking. I was panicking so bad because I didn't even have my debit card in my pocket.
Oh.
And yeah, I had.
Well,
so
we would have. I was stuck in. I had maybe 5 minutes before you guys called or whatever. I had ended up missing my turn for an exit, which drove me into a traffic jam.
Mm-hmm.
So when you called me, I'm like, shit. And I wanted to turn around so bad. It's like, oh man. And then I'm like, okay, let me look to see how long this traffic jam is, right? And I'm scrolling. And I'm scrolling. And I'm scrolling. And I'm like, no. So I was like, oh my gosh. I hope. Yeah. And then it was like just a sec. 3 minutes later, you found them or something? What, when you got there?
Well, we went. Now, well, it was a little bit longer. It was probably on a delay on the stream, but we got there and we couldn't find, like, we thought they were in the parking lot because I was like, where was I? I thought if I've lost them in the swamp, you know, that I was in. Because when you and Najee went one direction, me and Charlie were another, but he sat down and he was resting and I took off through the swamp and I was out there in the middle of nowhere and I thought, oh my God, if I lost my keys in here, that's it. I'm living in Nashville now. I'm a Nashville resident.
That's what I thought.
Hendersonville.
Because when I'm sitting there and I'm replaying in my head, because I was like, where could she could have lost him, right? And I'm replaying it in my head, and as I'm going through all the areas that was searched, I was like, and then not only the areas that were searched, but when you look down, it was so camouflaged, like I'm just in my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh, this search could take forever to. What was it, like a little teeny key fob and that was it, or?
Yeah, well, I mean,
show
it's
us
about,
with you. Do you have what you lost with you?
It's,
if not, no big deal.
It's a crowd. It's just black. It's about that big, and it's got silver buttons on it. And I mean, I don't even use it to start my car. I just have to have it to start my car or unlock the doors. Like, it's keyless entry, but there's no code. Like, you have to have the fob on you. And so we went back, and then on our way back to the park, I was talking to Najee, and I said, I had my key when I went to get my shoes, when they were so tired and Najee wanted to get something to eat. She took me to my car, and I said, I obviously had my keys there because I changed my shoes. So then I thought I was either when I was sitting in the parking lot when we were sitting down with CJ, or the only other thing I did was go to the bathroom. And that's where they were. So we looked under all. By the time we left, like that whole parking lot, CJ, where we were all day was full. So we're like crawling under cars, looking under tires, and all that stuff. And so then I'm like, you know what? I bet. Let me check the bathroom, because if it's not here, I am definitely moving to Hendersonville. Because I'm not going home.
At least for a couple days, right?
Yeah.
Man, I can't. When you see the ground, or if you didn't see it, it is so. It's like TV fuzz, but it's like grayish brown. It's like TV fuzz, just a blanket of it everywhere. So if you're trying to find that thing in a blanket full of freaking gray and brown, yeah, good luck, because. Just because it might have went here doesn't mean it wouldn't have went underneath the leaves, and the next yeah. And there's so many holes there from the snakes and even big holes from I don't know what animals, werewolves or something.
Wendigos.
Wendigos, for real. Like the Wendigo is the new Sasquatch, because it's like you see the hole coming out of the ground, you just never seen the animal. You're like. I know it's there, but I haven't seen it. And I don't want to run into a Wendigo. Hell no. I can imagine.
My God. Yeah. So there was no telling what was in that swampy area. But that's the thing. At least everybody ended up intact, and it was a rough day. Like, there was a lot going on behind the scenes. And to my people that were watching, sorry, I had no audio. I bought a brand new headset. If you watched on the road, I haven't watched it back, but apparently I sounded like a demon when it did work. In the car, you did. But then it wouldn't stay connected. So I couldn't use the headphones to even hear. I had to use my iPhone, and nobody could hear me because I had to keep it down low. So I had no audio, and I knew if I got that far away, which at times, I don't know where anybody was, CJ. I was out in the swamp. I was out there, and I was looking around. I'm like, I have not a clue where another human is. Yeah.
Just trying to even get around that area, who knows? I don't know. I didn't even know half the time. When I'm walking back, I'm like, oh wait, I haven't searched this area yet. And then I get over there, and then I get there, and I'm like, then I see the scenery, and I'm okay. No, I already did this part. Like, it can confuse you. Yeah, it can confuse you. Just
And
Just walking around there.
Yeah. And I was so hot. You know, I've already got the outside Sasquatch hair. And I was so hot and sweaty and just like melting. And I'm popping out of these bushes onto the sidewalk. This is a nice park, y'all. And I'm like, these people think they're looking at a swamp monster. I know it.
Mhm.
I'm out there.
Mhm. Yeah,
It
you
was
never
bad.
know.
It was bad. Like, yeah,
May-
this is why
Maybe
I'm not
with the headphones, but no.
This is why I don't let anybody put me on camera when I am out in the wild because it's bad.
Wow.
Out in the elements.
Yeah. The hair.
Yeah, good thing gators aren't
Mine
native
doesn't.
to that area, right?
Yeah.
Right? No. But hey, it is what it is. I don't know. That would be neat to have like a freaking a boat, so I don't even have to like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like
Oh, you
just
were
have a
right
whole
with the
search,
boat.
like a whole search fucking command mobile unit.
That would be cool.
Yeah, forget the command center at home. It'll just be a mobile unit.
That would be so cool.
Yeah, I really want to. That's for the future. But I think it would probably be. I don't know. I never thought about it until today. Now I'm like, But it's awesome. I'm glad that there's actually going to be somebody going out there that's actually going to do some work to try and find Sebastian, because
Yeah.
to give the father false hopes,
Right.
you know, to sit there and be like, you're gonna come there to help, and you just sit there and gaslight the whole situation and deflect anything that's not praise is deflected at other areas, and everything that is praised they go around and soak up. Bag of bones. I didn't come out with no video proving that we found, you know, like I didn't make a little short about it and promote to the UCN that no, it was us, and you know, da da da. No, we're not. That's not what matters. But that just shows you who they are and what they're about, and if they're willing to sit there, just like in other areas, if they're willing to sit there and take credit for stuff that they have no part in doing just to promote the PR, so then they can go to these other communities. It's like, I almost just wonder, what do? Do you go to different communities, pretend like you're going to do something so you get a bunch of donations, not only from society but from the community, and then you just don't do shit, and then you bounce from one to the next? You just go out there and get the boat wet a little bit, you know? You get the boat wet a little bit, and
Take
then
some
you
photos.
you just go from community, just sucking up donations, making them think that you're actually going to do something, and you just sit on your ass the whole time. It makes me wonder, what are you, a traveling fucking Ponzi scheme or something?
Yeah. I mean,
You just travel from here to here to here and use victims and families and communities for your own fucking pocket?
I mean, I
Because
know
they don't do shit. They don't do shit.
I mean, you can see taking a day to get some organization, you know, like, okay, we're coming into the community, everybody meet here, we're going to give places.
This is what organization is called. You already have that shit done, Silky. That's what organization is. You already have that shit done.
Yeah. I mean, but
Period.
sending out search, I didn't see any big presence anywhere.
Let me collect a search party, and I'll show you what fucking organization and coordination is. Because if this is what the fuck organization and coordination is when it comes to searching for these people, get the fuck out of here. You don't even know what you're doing. And just because I didn't go to school to get a fucking degree to show people that I can do the shit, don't mean shit. Don't mean shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I understand some people are not cut out for boots on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Some people are not able physically or whatever, and they go and they want to bring attention. but there's only so much attention that a case needs, and then you need people out there searching, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
otherwise, what is the attention on?
Right.
Right. What are we
Thanks.
doing?
Right.
What are we
Yeah.
doing? What are we doing then? You know, just like when I was talking yesterday, when I was going off about when I was going off about uh the people that aren't for the community. The people that aren't for the community, they're there for themselves. They're there for selfish reasons. You know, and they're not even they're taking the time to travel there. Okay? They're taking the time to travel there, and they don't even get out of their ass. Their fucking car. They don't get off their ass and go help.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like, why are you going to take the time to travel there to just take a video and not get your ass out there? And if you do, you get out there for 10 minutes and it looks staged as hell, so you can try and get more views, because that's the whole fucking thumbnail.
Yeah.
Man, this is why the community doesn't like you, lady. This is why they don't like you, because you're sitting there doing that. You're not getting your ass out there and helping. You're going down there to take videos like you're doing something in your car, and you're not even getting out there to help. And that's the kind of BS that I was talking about yesterday. There's no, if you have the ability, which they do, if you have the ability to make a difference, then make a difference. We'll be going to that here in a second. WSMV. Then make a difference. Don't walk around and say you're making a difference, harassing the community for your clicks and views because it's selfish. The community saw the UCN from the very beginning because they are selfish. That community sniffs out selfish like nothing. And so it's like, these people need to understand where you don't, if that's how you go about it, then go about it in your own neighborhood. You know, do it in your own neighborhood. These people out here, they don't need that. They need people that really are out there to try to help. And press conference started. All right, hold on. All right, here we go.
Some of the information that is being provided on some of the social media channels is inaccurate, incomplete. We don't want this to damage the investigation. So we would just caution anyone who is following the case to just use some caution as to what you
Can you guys hit mute, please?
Believe. It's caused a bit of a distraction because a lot of what has been out there in some of the social media channels has been rumors and speculations and theories, and some of that has been advanced and people have caught a hold of it as if it's what's really happening. That has resulted in us getting information that is either, like I said, distracting. It's taking away time and effort from what the agencies need to be doing as far as looking for Sebastian. We have had so far, as of this morning, 314 tips that have come in through the tip line. It's been mentioned, but I'll say it again. It's 1-800-TBI-FIND. We are also taking tips through email, which is tips to TBI, TBI, at tbi.tn.gov. What's next? We want people, as Chief Deputy said, to continue to remain vigilant, get Sebastian's picture out there, continue to share his picture, his information. Now that it's getting to be nicer, well, not today with the weather, but now that the weather has turned warmer, people may be more inclined to be in their yards. If you go out and see anything that looks different, let us know. Something where perhaps a teenager could have hidden. If you have a large amount of property in the area or something that has any kind of holes or unstable footing or ledges where a teen could have gone to hide or to play, and you don't feel comfortable checking it out, let us know. We'll get somebody from law enforcement to go out there with you or to check it out themselves. We just want to make sure that every stone is unturned, that there's no stone left unturned, that we want people to make sure that we are looking everywhere we can. We do want to continue to get the tips, but please make it, don't provide information that you might have seen through social media channels. If you have information about Sebastian, about conversations you might have had with him, things he likes to do, places he liked to go, any people he may have mentioned that are in his life, that could be helpful in finding out maybe what he was interested in. Finally, we want to thank the community. We want to thank the media. You guys have been really good about keeping his name in the public's eye. That's really important. And thank you for your diligence in providing that information out there. And as Chief Deputy said, we also want to thank the community. From the very first day, everybody has really been all in as far as whatever they can do to help in the search, to help pass information on, provide.
I want to pause that real quick, and I got a question, Silky. Have you been watching this little search video here?
Off and on, yes.
Does it kind of look like Riley's search video?
It looks very similar. I kept thinking, have I seen this before? Have I seen this before?
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know.
I was like, wow, is this Riley Strain fucking search video? No, I'm being serious because I'm sitting. It's giving me. I'm feeling like I'm standing underneath the bridge, Silky.
It's possible. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they just, regurgitated it to give them extra footage. I don't know.
This right here. Watch. Let me rewind it, and I'm gonna show you the spot where I was like, "This is right under the bridge."
That does look. Oh my God, that does look like under the bridge, doesn't it? Because you can see the shadow of the. It is, CJ. You can see the shadow of the bridge.
I know, but I'm talking about I'm not. But you can see a shadow of any bridge. This is what I'm talking about, everybody. It's the angle you're looking down, and the foliage in front of the angle. More importantly, the angle that you're looking down.
Right.
Listen, we could be under any bridge. We could, they could be taking it. But I'm saying that angle is the angle that I'm like, I'm standing right underneath this bridge, y'all. And for Riley Strain.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at.
Are you fucking serious?
I feel like I know the foliage by heart. We spent. I mean, how many days?
It's the
3
angle,
days down there.
Silky. Focus on the angle, not.
Oh yeah.
The angle, that period, like the angle is like I'm standing at the end underneath the bridge, right in front of the silver rail that I climbed over to look at the footprint.
Right. You're right. That's what I'm saying. It does. It really does, because that's exactly the angle that you see everything, that we watched all the boats, kayaks, whatever go by.
We sat there for days filming.
Yes.
And talking and conversating and looking over when something's coming by, and that's the same damn boat. That's the same damn boat. That's the boat that stopped, paused, looked over, turned around. I'm just, I don't know. The sunlight is the exact direction, and the angle looking down is the exact direction. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know. As soon as I saw it, I was like, is that Riley's Strain search video? And I'm like, no, it can't be. And then it went by again, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm there. And then it happened again, and then I had to pause it and ask y'all. Because I'm like, are you serious?
That's what it looks like to me.
Okay.
But
all right.
why?
Sorry, guys. Go ahead, Rosie. Go ahead.
No, I just why would they do that? I mean,
because it's PR. Because they ain't. I don't know. Maybe it is. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm just looking at a small screen, but listen, my memories come in touch, smell, taste, all that shit. Like it's my memories and my dreams are as real itself. And so when I'm sitting here and I'm going, all of a sudden I feel the breeze hitting my right cheek, and I'm smelling. Yeah, like I'm telling you, I don't know. Isn't that crazy if it is?
But you guys
shit.
have stood there, so if that's what you. I mean, to me, yeah, it looks like it, but you've stood there.
I don't know.
I
That might
just-
be a community freeze.
It might be.
That
Wow.
might be a community freeze.
Yeah. It even looks like the bridge shadow to me. I mean, I know what you're saying. It could be any bridge, but I just feel like I lived there. I feel like I know that area as well as the homeless down there.
Yeah.
It was just so many hours in that spot.
Mm-hmm. All right. I just wanted to ask you guys real quick. And I'm sorry, Rosie. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. I didn't mean to.
Oh, I don't think you did.
Oh, I didn't.
Um,
Okay. Sorry. I'm just like this is all like in my head right now. Like, really? Like, I don't know. I need to find out for sure. I do, because if they really did use Riley Strain's search video,
Oh.
that is so fucked up, man. That is so messed up, because you're using your little wet boat for somewhere else, and it has nothing to do with this.
misleading.
And you've been there for how long?
Yeah, unless they're not taking footage and they just had to have some. I don't know.
Wow.
To
Wow.
help pass information on.
That's crazy.
Providing water for the teams that were out conducting the ground searches. So thank you again to everybody. I'm going to pass it back to Eric Credit.
The weather is rolling in. We've got time for some questions. So, yes, ma'am.
I was a few minutes behind, so sorry if I missed this, but has there been any indication at this point of foul play or anything of that nature?
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out.
We're not ruling anything out.
So 5 weeks, and you guys covered so much ground, searching, going back, researching, checked out every case of a possible sighting, nothing confirmed, not a trace of Sebastian anywhere, nothing found. No footprints, no video, nothing.
Nothing that is taken us to locate Sebastian.
And are there any working theories?
We come up with theories almost daily and try and investigate and make sure that we're doing everything we can to find Sebastian.
Share any of those?
No, sir.
2 questions, if I may. Have you ruled out Sebastian's mom and stepdad's involvement in this case? And as a follow-up, have you cleared their alibi?
I think the TBI said it best. They've been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement since day one of this investigation. There is no evidence to support foul play on the part of Sebastian's parents.
Is that moving to Memphis interfering at all with your investigation? Is it changing possibly the avenues of communication?
No, sir.
You mentioned when you were asked about recent evidence, we heard some rumors that you seem to have some validity, that there was glasses found within the past few days. Can you confirm that?
There were some glasses found in the past few days.
Or have you been able to identify that they were Sebastian?
We are still investigating.
Still investigating? What the hell? How long does it take you to frickin' ask the mom, number one, and then go to the eye doctor that he had and say, are this his prescription? How hard is it to check that?
Where did they find him?
What the hell? Dude, you can go to the fucking optician the next day, yo. What's the prescription of these glasses?
Yeah,
When did they find these glasses?
I don't know.
What the? Why haven't they searched the other landfill? I don't know. Huh.
Very
Okay.
good questions.
Have you found there, how was that coordination happening? Have you found there were helpful or you guys working in unison or a separate team?
The Cajun Navy is operating independently. They have not reached out to us.
Have you
See what I'm saying? They go. This is what I was saying. The last week, they go in, and this is why the community was pissed off. They just go in acting like they run the motherfucker. And what have they done? They've just gone there to collect people's information and donations. That's it. They're not out there searching for babies. They're out there searching for dollars.
Have you, when I know you and Charlie have been in a lot of places in the last week, Have you seen anybody else searching, especially anybody that could have been Cajun Navy?
No. People were looking like yesterday, Silky, when I was going up along the shore, all the way down the river, checking along the shoreline and stuff like that, going up that whole river.
Yeah.
Okay. Or lake or whatever. I don't know. I can't tell anymore if it's a fucking lake or river. Wherever I'm at, there's just a big ass body of water, right? And
Right.
as I'm going up there, people are giving me the stink eye and shit. People that are fishing and all this other stuff, people are giving me the fucking stink eye. I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? Like,
I cannot believe how, I mean, and it's so close to Nashville.
and
What?
people following us.
Yeah. What I can't get over is the totally different reaction that we got in Nashville from Hendersonville. It's like a, complete 180.
Well, not necessarily. Well, after the person that the community, there's a content creator that the community can't stand. And after our vehicle freaking got linked up with that vehicle, an individual, just for being next to for a few minutes, that right there is when I wasn't getting followed. The community was totally cool. The community was totally cool. I talked to, the first day I was there, I talked to the neighbor behind Sebastian's
Right.
mom and stepdad. I was talking to her, and she was even whispering stuff to me because
Right.
she didn't want stuff to even be heard from her neighbors, yo.
Yeah.
Like she
Yeah.
was whispering stuff to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then when that shit happened because we haven't linked up with that person at all, because it was the same thing in somewhere else. It's like, and then all of a sudden, for the next 2 times I'm there, I'm getting followed. And then the last time I was there yesterday, that was the fucking craziest, because it's like, what the hell is going on? We're just here to freaking help search, and that's all we've been about. And I'm not going to say it was community that was following us around either. I'm not meaning it like that. I know who was following us around.
Yeah.
I already know. But it's the fact that we had to change this, keep our cameras off and all this other stuff, just to make sure that we were trying to keep that at a minimum, because we didn't want anything like that to end up diverting our search. So we literally had to go out of our way just to be able to search because of the bullshit that was coming. These people, it's not the community. The community wants to find Sebastian. It's the people that have egos. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, I do have to say, I was walking around with a camera all day yesterday, all at the park, and nobody was ever rude to me. As a matter of fact, I would turn my camera away when I came on a person, just because, it's rude. And but everybody was very friendly to me, said, "Hey, how you doing?" blah blah blah. So, I mean, obviously I had a camera. I didn't have any problems yesterday.
Yeah, it's just they're upset because think about it. You're a community, you're trying to do what you can. You care about this baby boy. You have this agency or group that's coming in promising, to do this and to do that, coming in there running shit like they own shit just because of their little PR ego issues, and then they don't even do nothing. And so that community's already on edge already, because of what happened. And so that's understandable. But it's the people that have egos and are selfish, whether it's the people that are out there pretending to do work for this baby boy, or there's people out there that don't want people to find the truth about what happened with this baby boy. There's 2 different ego groups I'm talking about, and those are the people that were harassing and following us. And all the stuff that they're talking about in this press conference, when it comes to who's getting harassed and who's getting threatened and all this other stuff, they're taking what they're doing to us and they're using it to say that we're doing it to them. And that's what they're getting away with right now. And I don't appreciate it, because all we're doing is going from community to community to help other people that we don't even know.
Right.
We're going to communities that we never even been in and probably never even thought about being in, just to help. And the fact that they're making it even more dangerous for us when it already is dangerous for us. You guys want to know how dangerous it is? You should have came with us and been in the vehicles yesterday, because
Yeah.
it's dangerous as fuck, people. And they're
And the
making
worst,
it a dangerous game. And go ahead, Rosie.
no, I was just gonna say, like, the worst part about it is that there wouldn't even be a need for you to have to put yourself at risk like that if they could just do their job. Like, it's that gap that they're creating because they're not actually doing anything. So somebody has to search, and people know it's not going to be them. So the danger is coming from their lack of action as well. Like, just do your
Right.
job.
Because then they're going to associate their lack of action based off of our action, and we're the ones that are doing the action of going out and searching in the first place while they're sitting there.
But
And they're
they
just
put it in reverse. They
right,
actually started it. Yeah.
right. And you can see the egotistical bullshit from the community posts that they put out there when it came to this hit piece on JLR, which was unfair too.
Yeah.
They don't want to step into the game in the battle of misinformation against us YouTubers, because we'll fuck you up, yo. We will fuck you up. And we could have fucked you up a week ago. We're just letting the community handle their shit without getting involved, because it's a better victory for their community than it would be if we helped them do it. When they're doing it themselves, it's a better victory for them. And it's a better victory for true crime, the true crime community, because it shows it wasn't us. It wasn't us. It was that group, and the community's the one that took care of it. We're just sitting here waiting with the information in case we need to. That's why I haven't even said shit. And I hope some others don't yet, because the community wants to get rid of these fucking people, and they're doing it. Look at what's happening. They're not allowing them to even set up in parking lots, because they're like, get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Let them get this victory, because it's theirs. Even though we can do it, let them get this victory because it's theirs.
It's
And
empowering for them.
and in the long run, it's going to help the whole true crime community, because when it's the community that does that, then it's you can't say, well, you manipulate. No, we didn't manipulate shit. That community stood up, and that community took care of it. And that's proof right there that the right thing's happening. I want to say contribution call out to Virgo22. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. And if YouTube is going to allow it today, because it's been buggy here. Yes, it is. Tom Campbell, Elizabeth, Sarah Suspicious, Susie Q, and Melanie all got the gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Virgo22, for sharing that with the community. I really appreciate that. All right, we'll get back to this press conference. We might listen to it again. It's just a bunch of BS. I mean, and I'm gonna tell you right now, it wasn't when we went out there and found the bag of bones. If they would have been in contact with the sheriff's office, because it was sheriffs that came out there to rip the bags open, people. The sheriffs are out there. So if the search crew didn't contact them, hello, because when we called it in, guess who came out? Sheriffs. You saw it on camera.
We found their investigation, if they were helpful, or has it been one of the distractions that have been mentioned?
One of the things that I really appreciate they've done is print flyers and keep Sebastian's face out there. It's my hope that one day somebody sees something and calls in, and this case breaks wide open, and we find Sebastian.
They've claimed they've received threats. To your knowledge, have they filed any police reports or reports to the sheriff's department documenting any of these alleged threats?
No, sir.
Are we able to learn anything about what those threats are?
They would have to call the police and report them.
Where's the search go from here? It's been 5 weeks, there's been no signs. Do you believe he's still alive? And what are you guys going to continue working
My hope and prayer is that Sebastian is still alive. Yes. We're going to continue to work on this investigation, follow up every tip and lead that comes in. Some of this may revert back to us going over some things that we've already done for the 6th, 7th, or 8th time. A fresh set of eyes never hurt anything. We're going to continue to work to find Sebastian.
Has the story been changing at all as you've been talking with people, interviewing them for a second time possibly?
There is no evidence to support foul play.
All right, I'm gonna pause this real quick. Jasmine, don't ever be scared to type anything in here, especially the green hearts. So do me a favor, everybody. Mash the living shit out of them green hearts, because them trolls yesterday were flagging all these green hearts for Sebastian. So fuck them. Mash the hell out of the green hearts. And I'll sit. I got my eagle eye today, y'all. That's what they don't understand. When I'm in the studio, I got my eagle eye. So I'll. You think I get rid of it quick on the road? Watch it now.
I don't understand. What was happening to the green hearts?
Like trolls that sit in here and watch the show and don't say nothing, or they might be fake, will sit there and report comments in the show to disrupt the community. But it doesn't disrupt us because we already know they're dumb shit. And we just mash the hell out of shit. Yeah, it's just troll shit. People that are jealous of me or jealous of the show or jealous of the community. You know, they like to come in here and report comments, and it'll see they're doing it right now. I've already hit 7. Go ahead, mash it. I got plenty of time, baby. I got plenty of time. I'm in the studio. I can hit show button all day. Mash it, baby. Mash it. Mash it. Mash it. Mash it.
Does it not show you who flagged it, or sorry, I wanted out of interest, like 'cause I looked yesterday and it doesn't.
No, it don't. No, it don't show you. No, that's how it's immature dumb shit. But we're above that. That's why it's like when it happens, mash it, baby, mash it, mash it, mash it, mash it.
Regardless of their legitimacy, we're going to follow up on them.
Will there be any other agencies pulled in to help in the search efforts for this case?
I'm certain there will be.
You met with the biological father and mother this past week. Is that at their request, your request? Is that just re-interviewing them again?
That was at the request of law enforcement. It's not uncommon to talk to the family in investigations like this. I've got time for one more question.
Just overall, how has this investigation impacted the morale at your department, especially with all the scrutiny coming online?
Let me put it to you like this. If my kid was missing, this is the team I'd want on it. The men and women of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, the FBI partners, the other local agencies, the Secret Service, everyone who's had a hand in this case is doing everything they can to find Sebastian. Morale's high. We are here and we are dedicated. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for keeping Sebastian in the public. Please continue to publicize this photo. Thank you all.
All right, we're gonna listen to that again. It wasn't even an announcement saying that they were switching. It was just. It wasn't even an announcement saying they were switching.
I'm not sure what that was, actually.
Right. What was it? What was?
Yeah.
Excuse me. What was the point of this press conference? What was the point of this press conference? I don't know. I didn't see the point. We'll listen to it again. Sorry, I paused it and was chatting about that shit. We'll just listen to it all the way through this time. And I won't interrupt you because I don't know that it looks like Riley Strain footage though. Just take a look. If you're just joining and you've watched us on location at the Riley Strain location, I don't know. It looks pretty similar to, and I almost kind of want to see if I can compare the foliage too, because I know we took video of that spot. So if the trees match up, I don't know. Maybe we should. If anybody wants to go to one of the old Riley videos from, probably just go to the first one. We probably had a shot videotaping right under there. It makes you wonder though. All right, we'll watch this one more
I
time.
am Eric Craddock, ERIC-CRADDOCK, and I'm the Chief Deputy at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I'll be joined today by Susan Nyland, SUSAN-NILAND, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. She's the PIM. I also have with me Sumner County Emergency Management Director Ken Widener, KENWEIDNER. You guys ready? All right. Morning. I'm Eric Craddock with Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and we're going to come to you today with an update on this.
Well, then that if people are posted here, I'm gonna highlight this real quick. If people are posting that Terry Southern girl, then you already know that they're about misinformation. Because if anybody's watched our shows, no, I'll glasses. When did we find glasses? No, they said they found glasses, right? So you already know they're about that misinformation if that's what they're posting. You already know. So you don't have to wait and you don't have to let time go by and wonder. You could just be like, yep, they're already about misinformation. But that's kind of ridiculous. Why would you announce that somebody else did something? Don't you think somebody would announce it themselves? I don't know. We got to think under the surface as well.
All right.
We got to think under the surface.
ERIC-CRA.
We got to think under the surface.
I'm the Chief Deputy at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I'll be joined today by Susan Nyland, SUSAN-NILAND, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. She's the PIM. I also have with me Sumner County.
Hey, just like the receipt, find the voice clip because it didn't happen.
Emergency Management Director Ken Widener, KENWEIDNER. You guys ready? All right. Morning. I'm Eric Craddock with Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and we're going to come to you today with an update on the Sebastian Rogers case. Sebastian has been missing since late February. The investigation remains ongoing with steadfast support from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, and many other local and federal resources. We are exploring every lead that comes in and every tip that comes in. As I said before, the investigation remains ongoing. The entire community is deeply saddened by what has occurred. We're all extremely concerned for Sebastian's welfare. I want to encourage the community to stay vigilant, to report anything that they think may be of some significance to the investigation, no matter how minute it may appear to be to you. Please call 1-800-TBI-FIND with any tips, or the Sumner County Emergency Communications Center at 615-451-3838. We understand the anxiety and the concern that this case has caused in the community. We too share the anxiety and concern for Sebastian. I want to reiterate that we are doing everything we can to find Sebastian and bring him home. Despite the passage of time, the commitment to finding Sebastian remains unwavering. I said this when we scaled the search back. Our commitment to finding Sebastian remains. We will continue to investigate every possible lead that comes in. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office wants to express our gratitude to the community and the many individuals who have helped in the search, the many individuals who have called in tips, the many individuals who have printed flyers and kept Sebastian's face in the news. Nothing would make me happier than to wake up tomorrow morning with a tip that cracks this case wide open and we find Sebastian and bring him home. At this time, I'll turn it over to Susan Nyland from the TBI.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for being here. We know how invested everybody is in the search for Sebastian, in finding out what happened to him and bringing him home. And we want to let everybody know he has not been forgotten. Nobody's forgotten about him. Nobody has given up looking for him. At the beginning of this investigation, there was a large land search for him. It was very visible. There were also waterways, lakes, ponds that were searched. There were aerial searches with helicopters and drones and fixed wing planes. They were done at night. They were done on weekends. They were done during the day. That was very visible, and it was something everybody was able to see. But we want to let you know that even though there is not that high visibility in investigating this case, that we are not done. It's gone back to what could be considered good old-fashioned police work. Interviewing individuals, re-interviewing individuals, checking out leads, rechecking leads, We have been working with other law enforcement agencies who have had in other jurisdictions who have perhaps had some complex cases of their own that they have worked on to get tips from them. We have had, this day of technology with everyone having cell phones and doorbells and ring bells and surveillance cameras. That, as you can imagine, has been a bit of a chore to be able to collect all those and then review them. It's important so we know what's out there. We have been reviewing that, reviewing it again. We have had other agencies involved. The FBI has been helpful in that. Secret Service has also been helpful in that. So we are just trying to do whatever we can to advance the investigation. It has not gone to a place where anybody has forgotten about him or is not pursuing this. The parents have been cooperative throughout at the beginning of the investigation. They have pretty much done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. At this point, we don't have any evidence. There is not any kind of an indication that there is a criminal element involved. But we are keeping options open. We don't know what has happened. We don't.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, we're having some nasty storms here today. I apologize about the freeze. We're having some nasty storms here. Hold on.
Direct from the investigation. I just want to reiterate that that is not the case. Some of the information that is being provided on some of the social media channels is inaccurate, incomplete. We don't want this to damage the investigation. So we would just caution anyone who is following the case to just use some caution as to what you see and what you believe. It's caused a bit of a distraction because a lot of what has been out there in some of the social media channels has been rumors and speculations and theories, and some of that has been advanced and people have caught a hold of it as if it's what's really happening. That has resulted in us getting information that is either, like I said, distracting. It's taking away time and effort from what the agencies need to be doing as far as looking for Sebastian. We have had so far, as of this morning, 314 tips that have come in through the tip line. It's been mentioned, but I'll say it again. It's 1-800-TBI-FIND. We are also taking tips through email, which is tips to TBI, TBI, at tbi.tn.gov. What's next? We want people, as Chief Deputy said, to continue to remain vigilant, get Sebastian's picture out there, continue to share his picture, his information. Now that it's getting to be nicer, well, not today with the weather, but now that the weather has turned warmer, people may be more inclined to be in their yards. If you go out and see anything that looks different, let us know. Something where perhaps a teenager could have hidden. If you have a large amount of property in the area or something that has any kind of holes or unstable footing or ledges where a teen could have gone to hide or to play, and you don't feel comfortable checking it out, let us know. We'll get somebody from law enforcement to go out there with you or to check it out themselves. We just want to make sure that every stone is unturned, that there's no stone left unturned, that we want people to make sure that we are looking everywhere we can. We do want to continue to get the tips, but please don't provide information that you might have seen through social media channels. If you have information about Sebastian, about conversations you might have had with him, things he likes to do, places he liked to go, any people he may have mentioned that are in his life, That could be helpful in finding out maybe what he was interested in. Finally, we want to thank the community. We want to thank the media. You guys have been really good about keeping his name in the public's eye. That's really important. And thank you for your diligence in providing that information out there. And as Chief Deputy said, we also want to thank the community. From the very first day, everybody has really been all in as far as whatever they can do to help in the search, to help pass information on, providing water for the teams that were out conducting the ground searches. So thank you again to everybody. I'm going to pass it back to Eric Craddock.
The weather is rolling in. We've got time for some questions. So yes, ma'am.
I was a few minutes behind, so sorry if I missed this, but has there been any indication at this point of foul play or anything of that nature?
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out.
We're not ruling anything out.
So 5 weeks, and you guys covered so much ground, searching, going back, researching, checked out every case of a possible sighting, nothing confirmed, not a trace of Sebastian anywhere, nothing found, no footprints, no video, nothing.
Nothing that is taken us to locate Sebastian.
And are there any working theories?
We come up with theories almost daily and try and investigate and make sure that we're doing everything we can to find Sebastian.
Share any of those?
No, sir.
2 questions, if I may. Have you ruled out Sebastian's mom's and stepdad's involvement in this case? And as a follow-up, have you cleared their alibi?
I think the TBI said it best. They've been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement since day one of this investigation. There is no evidence to support foul play on the part of Sebastian's parents.
Is that moving to Memphis interfering at all with your investigation? Is it changing possibly the avenues of communication?
No, sir.
You mentioned when you were asked about recent evidence, we heard some rumors that you see have some validity, that there were glasses found within the past few days. Can you confirm that?
There were some glasses found in the past few days.
Or have you been able to identify that they were Sebastian?
We are still investigating.
And on the Cajun Navy, have you found how is that coordination happening? Have you found their work helpful? Are you guys working in unison or a separate team?
The Cajun Navy is operating independently. They have not reached out to us.
Have you
Freeze!
found their investigation or their work helpful, or has it been one of the distractions that have been mentioned?
One of the things that I really appreciate they've done is print flyers and keep Sebastian's face out there. It's my hope that one day somebody sees something and calls in and this case breaks wide open and we find Sebastian.
They've claimed they've received threats. To your knowledge, have they filed any police reports or reports to the sheriff's department documenting any of these alleged threats?
No, sir.
Are we able to learn anything about what those threats are?
They would have to call the police and report them.
Where does the search go from here? It's been 5 weeks. There's been no signs. Do you believe he's still alive? And what are you guys going to continue working on?
My hope and prayer is that Sebastian is still alive. Yes. We're going to continue to work on this investigation, follow up every tip and lead that comes in. Some of this may revert back to us going over some things that we've already done for the 6th, 7th, or 8th time. A fresh set of eyes never hurt anything. We're going to continue to work to find Sebastian.
Have the stories been changing at all? Have you been talking with people, interviewing them for a second time possibly?
There is no evidence to support foul play.
Are there any active current leads that you guys are pursuing?
We have tips called in daily.
Any of those tips seem legitimate enough to expand law enforcement resources?
Regardless of their legitimacy, we're going to follow up on them.
Will there be any other agencies pulled in to help in the search efforts for this case?
I'm certain there will be.
You met with the biological father and mother this past week. Is that at their request, your request? Is that just re-interviewing them again?
That was at the request of law enforcement. It's not uncommon to talk to the family in investigations like this. I've got time for one more question.
Just overall, how has this investigation impacted the morale at your department, especially with all the scrutiny coming online?
Let me put it to you like this. If my kid was missing, this is the team I'd want on it. The men and women of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, the FBI partners, the other local agencies, the Secret Service, everyone who's had a hand in this case is doing everything they can to find Sebastian. Morale's high. We are here and we are dedicated. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for keeping Sebastian in the public. Please continue to publicize this photo. Thank you all.
That's a joke. Hold on one second. Let me turn the music back up here. And I'm sending an email to this Brothers Underwater Recovery. Just give me 1 second. I'm just reaching out to him, letting them know.
Yeah, I had somebody send me that to give to you, that information this morning. I just haven't had a chance yet.
Yeah, I'm just finishing up an email here real quick.
I'm just going through the Riley Strain footage. Just looking.
Yeah, there's a Nancy Grace episode that came out last night too for Riley Strain. I figured we would check that out.
Oh, yeah.
Today's show as well. Plus, there's a lot of stuff that because been on location so much and then driving and trying to get sleep in between, there's a lot of stuff that I haven't been able to get done, like go through the security of the neighborhood for who would have caught him on video. Just different things to try and figure out, okay, if he did walk away, then if he wasn't on anybody's surveillance, well, then these are the only areas he could have walked in and all these other things. So we're going to be going through a lot of that today. It's going to be a long show. So if you have to come back and, take off and come back, I totally understand. But this is one of the days that I kind of want to just have a really, like a 7-8 hour show and just get everything knocked out of the way, get all the work done that I can get done, that I have to wait until I'm here to do it. That way, when we go back on the road for the next week or two, everything's already done, set, already prepared, worked on, and we're just maximizing the time that we do have for the searches and awareness and things like that too. So it's going to be one of these kind of shows today. So I appreciate you coming in and hanging out. I do want to share this channel here real quick, and I reached out to him. If we've really been the only ones out there searching, when it comes to, going through these bushes and these riverbanks and going through these different bridges and underpasses and homeless camps and all these different areas. And so, if there's a way that we can help assist them in any way to help them have a speedy searches too, even though we only might know stuff on the ground, we can also kind of give, kind of where we were at, what we did, what we, maybe places we couldn't reach and things that we checked and stuff like that too. So just because it's going to be a different kind of effort, whether it's land or water, having information on both sides and exchanging information on both sides, I think would be beneficial for everybody when it comes to maximizing the search time.
Yeah. Also, I want to say something to Joe Puglisi about your friend contacting Riley's family. If you have any contact information, I would love to talk to them, not on camera. I just would like to have an email or something, a way to contact them. And CJ, yesterday when Najee and I were, just so you know, FYI, when Najee and I were bonding yesterday, we became buddies. We have a lot of plans for Nashville. So when she gets, back from her vacation. So, yeah. And Riley has a lot to do with that. Not everything, but a lot to do with that. So I really need a contact. If somebody can.
There's already a contact. I've been talking with contacts since I've been there.
In the family? Like I'm looking for a family contact.
Not a family contact, but a family friend.
Okay.
I don't want to put it out there.
Right.
But,
sure.
It's a good contact.
Okay.
So,
good. Because I have some questions.
Yeah. I mean, I would have shared the information. I didn't know that you were
Oh,
looking for
I
something
didn't.
like that, because I would have shared it with you already.
I know.
I
I
gotta
didn't.
ask first, but I'm sure it'd be cool, you know.
I didn't know you had a
But
contact, CJ. So
Silky, I have contacts everywhere that people don't even know about.
well, I really need Riley's.
That's the reason I have contacts for stuff that I don't even want people to know about, because that's why they're my contacts. It's
Right.
confidential. And so,
Sure.
like, you know, there's yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I'll reach out. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't have any interest in putting anybody on camera.
but
Just
I
conversating.
she don't want to be on camera either.
Oh, I don't
So-
blame her.
but um but yeah, it's a really good contact, probably
Okay.
better than the one that you were thinking. Maybe, yeah, it's a good, we'll have I'll reach out.
Okay. Sounds good.
But definitely go check out this brothers. I know, I'm kind of thinking, it's Samantha, when I got there and that happened, it's like, why did I see the veins popping out of your neck when you were screaming at me, just because I was sitting there for a couple. You weren't, the dude didn't even wait. He just got in his truck real quick, and before he even got to my vehicle, was laying on his horn screaming. Why? You know why? So it makes me, yeah, I've always wondered, what's your deal, bro? Because it's just like the family members of Chris running out there attacking people. You know, and this is another thing, like when it comes to that neighborhood, you know, like, come on, everybody. They've already searched that spot. There's no reason to be there to harass the community. There's not. Even if you're sitting outside, you know, it's one thing to go drive through it or something. Of course, we want to, we want to check up, like, is the truck still there, whatever. But there's no reason to spend an extended amount of time sitting on that street when all you're doing is uh, you're breeding negative energy by doing so. And so, let's be honest. The search, it's been a long time. Uh, we're going to go through the map of their search, which is kind of interesting too, because they've only searched really in one direction if you look at it. And and when it comes to, like, the search of the neighborhood, please, the TikTok, the Facebook, even on YouTube, if you're just sitting there going to search the parents' property, you're sitting there on the street, just sitting there videotaping and talking, that, come on, you're putting your energy in the wrong spot, because the energy that you're putting there, you're entering that comfort bubble for a lot of those people that didn't even have anything to do with this. They're going through their own thing because they're having it happen in front of them, where they're like, dang, a missing child, and they can't find him right in their neighborhood. So it's already traumatic for these people already. And so instead of taking that energy to sit there and inflame the negativity about all of us that are really trying to do the right thing, take that energy and put your boots on and go look for this baby boy, because he's not in the neighborhood. And there's really, if you're going to spend time in that area, you're going to come from outside of that area. You're not from there. You're going to come there and you're going to do this. You have to understand where to put your energy. Put your energy to where it can make things better, not make things worse. And making things better, even if you can't even get out of your car, I know you can because you're walking around doing stuff. But even if you can't get out of your car, even just looking over to the side of the road is helping. Sitting in that neighborhood inflaming the community is not helping. It's not helping. You're not helping Sebastian. You're not helping the energy. You're not helping the search. You're not helping. So if you want to help, please help. But if it's about selfish reasons and not about the victims, the families, and the community, then go do it in your own neighborhood. Because if you're going to inflame any neighborhood, go inflame your own.
Yeah.
So then when you see what happens to your own neighborhood and how they treat you, then maybe it'll make you think twice about what you're doing when you're going to other communities that you don't even know. And then
Exactly.
what's taking place. It's very important. I'm just really, it's when it comes to this search, this isn't a search that has only been a couple days. This is a month. This is over a month. And just like the first 48 hours episode, listen, we're way past that. We're way past that. We're way past that. We need to make sure that any of the energy that we're doing out there is focused on trying to find this baby boy, because anything that is not we're already far away. We're already a month and some. That's pretty far. That's why we need to keep our energy focused on that task, because we're so far behind. And if we're going to approach it with a lackadaisical effort, how are we ever going to make it to the finish line to try and help this family and this baby boy?
Yeah, and I mean, if you can't, for whatever reason, search, then just be supportive of the searchers. If you're going to drive out there, then give them water. Don't, like, you don't have to. If you can't get involved, then just, still be helpful in the way that you can. It's not about fighting. I don't know.
Okay.
Exactly.
I don't know. I see a lot of stuff, even these videos, about, finding stuff. You know what I mean? We're out there, we're not, we're the ones, you can see the videos. We're the ones out there finding stuff. We're the ones out there, like even yesterday, the woodchuck out in the middle of the frickin' woods. What the hell is a woodchuck for a camper doing way out in the middle of the woods? Doesn't make sense.
Right.
But we're not making clickbait. We're not getting the on the freaking thumbnail and saying, "Oh, no."
Right.
We're the ones that are digging, trying to find answers, doing everything we can. Like sacrificing our own comforts just to be there to try and help find something.
Oh, it ain't comfortable, I can assure you. Anybody who thinks that we're out there having a yeehaw time, it's not. It's hard work.
And we know you're exhausted as well. We're with you in the way that we can be, but we can see.
If I got this much, it ain't for me. This isn't for me. It has never been for me. And this little bit right here, even if it's this much, it isn't for me either. Anything that I have.
Yeah. I mean, when you know you're on a time limit and you have such motivation at heart like you do, CJ. I know. We talked about that last night. I know that's what drives you, and that's very admirable. You can't not. If you have a heart, you can't ignore it.
No. Yeah, we had a long conversation in Mod Chat last night, about, because I know everybody worries. I get it. Everybody worries. I appreciate it. I really do. But it was one of these. I'm just a different breed. And not a lot of people understand. And I totally get it, because it's something. Because of this, I don't even know what to call it. Energy. Because of this energy, that's what feeds what I can do. It's everybody is the gas for I'm the gas tank, and everybody is my gas. And and the more gas that I get, the more I can go out there. In a soul term, the more fuel for the soul. It allows me to be able to have more fuel to burn out there, and that's
Right. I'm
if I
even
wake up and I see this is why it's on my desk. Because there are days that I'll wake up and I know I have different things. I have the candle from Riley Strain's Vigil on my desk. There's different things that I have in front of me to make me, when I have that little pit, it ain't for me.
right. It's for them. And that's the difference. And people see that, CJ. The people in your community, the people who watch your videos, they know. They can tell the difference. I mean, people aren't stupid. Well, some
they
people
can.
are, but
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I mean, really, some people are stupid.
Fitibus, thank you so much. In this right here, yes, trolls, prison cooking on YouTube might be more your mental capacity. Thank you so much, Fitibus. I appreciate your support. Bonnie M with the $5 super chat. Good morning. Is your PayPal set up? I tried purchasing a membership. I'm not tech savvy. No, it's all good. I don't really promote the PayPal that much either. So it's all good. Nancy D, contribution call out for the $9.99 super chat. Could the meeting with Seth and Katie also be about glasses they found? That's a good point, Nancy D. It does make you wonder because they really didn't even answer too much about that's why I said when we first heard it and they said, well, we're still investigating that. It's like, what do you mean? You can't go to either one of the parents and say, is this Sebastian? Are these Sebastian's glasses? And then if they say yes, you don't go to the an optician or whatever to confirm the prescription because they have it on file. So you could easily go to the eye doctor and find out if that's the prescription. So there you go. You got the style and you got the prescription. How long does that take to confirm? Is this another dirt pile hit that sounded like a lead, but then a couple days later you find out it has nothing to do with Sebastian's case? I don't know.
Unfortunately, I'm worried that it is something like that.
You gotta. It's how do you?
Yeah.
I mean, I get that you gotta keep energy going. I totally understand that. I get that you gotta. I get that you gotta. Maybe get like shake the coals or whatever, so to speak. You got to like shake the coals so then it starts to heat up again or whatever, like you would a campfire. But why not highlight? So are they the same glasses? Because how long does it take to find out when? When were the glasses found?
People are saying a couple of days ago.
So I would imagine if you take it to an optician, like what, a day?
Yeah, you should know.
They would, because they would have tools to find out. So you couldn't find out within a day. Like,
you
seriously.
would think. Yeah, you would think. First of all, the parents could identify the frames, could they not? Say, yeah, these are the same kind of. Yeah.
First, identify the frames, and then after you then check the prescription. Because what's it worth checking the prescription if you don't know if the frames are the? It shouldn't take that long at all. $1.
Even if they change. Yeah, you should be able to. But he was really vague about it. He was just like, we did find glasses, and then he kind of wanted to just not talk about it.
And then the reporter, I'm glad he asked the question, like, is there any connection? Are they well, we're still and that's when I'm like, wait a minute, what? I even like wrote down a time to make a little video out of it because I don't make them anymore. But right there, I'm sitting there going, wait, what? Like, huh? What? We still don't know. How do we still don't know? My father was in the military, and I wonder if she was taught how to beat a poly. Oh, they were taught to block emotion. Yeah, I don't know. I would think that would be more like a psychology thing, right? You study psychology, so you study how the brain works and how actions and reactions correspond to one another. That's what psychology is. So then, wouldn't you be able to kind of psychologize your own truth telling skills when it comes to a polygraph and trying to pass one?
Yeah.
There is a sorry.
No,
There is a field called interrogation resistance, where
Yeah.
they teach how to. They go into that a little bit, so it is a psychology thing, I think.
Yeah. But it'd have to be specialized. It's not something that just
Oh, yeah.
generally
Yeah,
gets
no.
taught to every soldier. It would be like a specialized, class or whatever, or schooling that would then help, that person, could have that trait added to their, into their bag or whatever. Dang it! I hit no in the poll on accident.
And certain medications can help you pass a polygraph. Most narcissists can pass a polygraph. And if you believe your own lies, you can pass a polygraph. All you have to do is convince yourself that you are telling the truth. It's mind games. You know what I'm saying? There are ways to pass a polygraph.
Mm-hmm.
It's scary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I just want to say, listen, trolls, the trolls that are out there putting out this misinformation about the show. Do you think I'm that stupid? Hey, guess what? I heard such and such and such. Guess what? I already know you're the damn troll, dumbass. Later, come on now. So you'll see it as chat goes by. Dumb shit. It's not admitted, so they might end up going over to your channel, Sophie, just as a heads up, because that's usually what they'll do. They'll get booted from here, and then they'll go to your channel. Let me see here.
Just to my mods that are, modding today, first of all, y'all rock. Y'all just do.
Yeah.
But secondly, I don't give the grace that CJ does. I don't care what you say about me. Like, you don't have to ban somebody for saying anything about me. I don't care. I really don't. And I prefer that everybody see your nastiness. But if you are going to disrespect, if you're going to disrespect,
I don't like the
on
community seeing it. I don't like the community even seeing it. That's why I just booted as soon as possible. I don't play. I don't even want the community to see the words that are being typed or the nasty shit, because I don't know. I want to make a banner out of it. Let's see who you are and what you're saying. But as far as disrespecting anybody who I'm on panel with, I don't give a timeout. Sometimes I give a timeout if somebody says something that can be triggering to somebody else. I'll time them out and just say, let's not say that because it can bother somebody. But I have zero tolerance for disrespect for anybody on the panel or something like that, or to, like, I don't give you a timeout. If I'm watching it, I'll ban you, period. I have no grace.
I'm modding for myself, so I'm just keeping it in mind. Yeah.
All right, let me share. I'm going to share something with you guys here real quick. And this is that map that we shared. This is from SF Investigates. This is that map that we shared a couple days ago. Now we're covering up some of the stuff here on the left-hand side. It's going to tell you like what's marked. I'll flip it over here so you guys can see it real quick. Actually, let me just do this. We'll just go up above. 1 second. Let me just do this. All right. So you guys can see that's got, like all the different markers. So you can go all the different markers where they search the zones, the percentage wise, right? But check this out. See, we've been actually doing searching out around here too. Old Hickory Lake. We've been doing Old Hickory Lake. We've been down here. I'm going to make our own map of the areas that we've been searching to. We've actually been outside of that zone. A lot of it around here. We did some up here, over here. And we did a little bit down over here too. But I wanted to share this real quick because look, here's the zone, right? Here's the middle. Last known sighting. Okay? Watch. Last known sighting is right in the middle, okay? Look at where the search area is. Look at where they've searched.
Good God.
This is yeah. That's what they've searched.
And it's been a month. Why isn't that whole circle blue? The second circle, even the third circle. In a month.
This is why when I say this is when I was saying a few minutes ago about the trolls and all this shit. This is why we need to have all energy focused on searching for this baby boy. Because when I tell you we are behind, it's not because of us. Because we're out there searching. I'm saying this search, period. When we are behind already, this is why it's so important to have everybody that has the availability to do a search. Please do that instead of whatever selfish reasons there are, because that's not helping anybody. Because when you are out there pretending to search, somebody else out there is going, oh, well, they're already out there searching. Yeah. That is an injustice to Sebastian.
Yeah.
That is an injustice.
It looks like they've hit all the water places or where there's water. I see water.
Not all. Because look, this is in the circle, right? We've searched this whole fucking area. Yeah. This area we searched. Wow. And other areas around. This right here, we searched it extensively. So it's still in the circle too. So when it comes to a month, this is how far behind we are. And I'll share the link to this again. It breaks everything down. If you want it broke down on every little mark that's on here, because when you zoom it in, there's so much. That's why you need that key on the left side there. And I wanted to share this real quick because I don't want people to think that when I'm talking about trolls and this misinformation energy, the energy that's being put out there from even the trolls that are behind a camera, because they're out there too. They're making a mockery of this search. When, look, we don't need mockeries. We don't need people there. If you want to get clicks and views, go to your own neighborhood. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
There's no time for that. There's no time because look at how much time we don't have already. And I wanted to share this with everybody because I couldn't do it on the road. And it's something that hits me. And that's why when I see this on my damn desk for Sebastian and I see this damn map, it hurts. And I'm going to say some shit about some bullshit because I've never been the one to not speak up. I've always been the one to speak up, whether people think I'm too loud or not. It's coming from my heart, 150%. And if people think I'm wrong, later, we ain't about the same soul. And I'm about the people that have the same soul. Because anybody that doesn't is a liability to what we're trying to do. And it's not for us, it's for them. So I wanted to share this because I don't think anybody even really truly understood how much has not been searched. It's scary to see it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And the first circle's not filled up. The first one in the very middle is not even filled up.
Right. That's crazy to me. Absolutely crazy.
Look, right there.
Yeah, that's pathetic.
This is why it's so important. So instead of trolls, and this is a troll shout out, trolls, instead of coming into our show and other shows that are really making a difference, if you want to troll somebody, go troll the people that aren't doing any of these fucking searches, okay? Seriously. And you will get shout outs all fucking day from CJ because you're trolling the fucking people that ain't doing shit. Because that's where it should be directed. Not to this beautiful community that we have, where we have to have people come in here and promote some dumb shit that never even took place. Go troll the people that are out there for the clicks and views.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't make the crazy thumbnails. We go out there and search like crazy. That's our crazy. It's like, what the fuck? They have... I mean, look at this. Look at the search zone. Isn't that... Not to mention everything else, but... Right here. It's got a little sliver at the bottom that's filled up. Why? That should have been filled up in the first 4 days. The first 4 days, that should have been filled up. It makes absolutely no sense. Where's the zones over here? Across, like, we know that you searched that building and all that other stuff. Okay. You got the dam over there. But is this not... Are these trees? You were expecting... I mean, look at this. What if he's right here? What if he's right here?
Exactly, yeah.
What if that's where he's at? That's why I say, I wish, and maybe one day this will be an opportunity, because it's stuff that I did in management, the coordination and the mapping and the two birds with one stone and saving time and money and all these different things, and why I was so successful in management in my business career outside before I started this. I can't wait until the opportunity that I can just set up a damn search, man. Coordinate it.
Yeah.
Set it up. Plan it out. And just be so damn... it drives me nuts when I see this shit right here, when I know that I could do way fucking better.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
And it is. It's frustrating because I can't. And you have other groups out there, UCN, going out there, their mobile trophy, rolling around on a trailer, showing off their mobile trophy. Whoa, another site just got updated. Showing off their mobile trophy. And you know what? If I had that mobile trophy on the back of my vehicle, you don't think it'd be wet every fucking day?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You don't
It
think
would.
I'd be coordinating with other fucking people out on the ground? So then that way they can say, hey, guess what, CJ? Hey, can you come check out? Yeah, I'll be over there in 5 minutes.
Right.
All right, what's up? All right, cool. All right, we're going to go check this area now. Bam, 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 bam. Come on. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. We're going to get back to this stuff in a little bit. I'm going to switch it up for a little while. We're going to check out the Riley Strain video that Nancy Grace came out with. After we do that, we're going to talk a little bit of Idaho4, and then we're going to transition back as where we're going to really be digging in and sleuthing with our own shit. We're going to be going through our footage, my neighborhood sweeps. We're going to be mapping out the vision cones. We're going to be finding out, because look, these vision cones, people, this is why I drove this neighborhood right here. I drove this freaking neighborhood to then map out the surveillance, so then we can use this map to show where every single fucking camera would have been pointed and picked up surveillance. So then when we zoom out of this area, we can say, Sebastian, if he did walk away and wasn't caught on any fucking surveillance, then we know the direction and the areas that we need to look. So if this area right here is one of them, then guess what? Where do you think we're going? Because I'm going to go to that person's house and I'm going to say, guess what? I'm going to show them the map that we made. I'm going to show them the work that we did. And I'm going to say, neighbor, here is what we're looking at right here. With your assistance and your permission, can we please go out here and look in this direction? Because this is the work that we're showing you. And this is what we're trying to do. And then who knows, maybe we will get the permission to go search this area or other areas that we could potentially zoom on just to try and help. Because what if he is right here? What if he is right here? So we're going to be doing that later on. We're going to be digging into the footage, the photos. I'm going to be showing you things that as we encountered over the last searches, as we're, videos and photos and things like that. We're going to be getting into all that later. Right now, I want to cover a couple of these things real quick. But I just wanted to make a point to this, because this right here, this circle right here, if it hasn't changed in the last month and a few days, guess what? It's going to change in a few days, because we're going to be back and we're going to be figuring out. We're going to be, if nobody else wants to fill up this circle, we're going to fill up this circle. Period. All right, so we're going to switch to this episode, and thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thank you for being a part of the community, the peace, positivity, and progressive movement. And this is all about them. This has nothing to do with us. And we appreciate it, because we are that transformer when it comes to this energy of trying to find truth and justice and have peace, positivity, and progress with it. Thank you, everybody. Please hit the like. And also, I'm going to drop my special guest links, Silky Southern Tea and Rosie, part of the Power Team. Please go sub to them if you're not, because the support that you show to me also should go to them as well. Thank you very much. And this is the newest episode that came out last night. It says Riley Strain, no pants, no wallet, no water in the lungs, and no accident. And that's the exact shit we've been saying since we were first there on day one.
Yep.
That's what the community's been saying to us since day one. And we're going to be going back to the community, everybody. I'm going to be going back there in a couple days, and we're going to go talk to them again and to see what they feel about this, because I'm telling you, you're right, Silky. When I was there the first day, I already told everybody, I got plenty more work to do in Nashville, and Nashville's going to be like a second home to me. So let's make these things happen, because there's just too much of this bullshit out there.
Yeah.
Too much of this bullshit out there.
Rubbed in sunshine. That is just one of the many phrases used to describe Riley Strain. So why now has a second autopsy been ordered? Very disturbing facts emerge about the discovery of his body. What does it mean? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. A second autopsy? Why? Take a listen to Dave Mack, Crime Online.
The body of Riley Strain was found submerged under a log in the Cumberland River, 8 miles downriver from where he was last seen. Strain still had on the white and black shirt he was last seen wearing, but his boots, pants, and wallet were missing. Officials say it's not uncommon for clothing to come off drowning victims in the water. The initial autopsy report says no sign of foul play, but the family has ordered a second private autopsy, saying no water in his lungs raises questions about drowning. The claim that the coroner noted a lack of water in Strain's lungs has not been publicly confirmed.
That's a problem. Death by drowning, but no water in the victim's lungs. You know what? Let's don't put the cart before the horse. Let's start at the beginning to figure out what, if anything, we can, based on the knowledge that we are learning from the autopsies. How did it start? Listen.
What's the exact location of your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I'm at 1740 61st Avenue North, Nashville, Tennessee. I just
61st Avenue North in the nation's office of Centennial?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what happened?
My company works on the river. I have just found a dead body. I believe it to be Riley.
Oh, you know what? No matter how many cases you investigate, you prosecute, you cover, when you hear that, it just stops you in your tracks. After all the searching, all the prayers, all the maneuvers, to hear that, I found a dead body. I believe it to be Riley. Joining me and all-star panel to make sense of what we know right now. But first, to a special guest joining us, very dear family friend, family spokesperson for Riley Strain's family, Chris Dingman. Chris, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Chris, I know the family is coming off a very emotional funeral, and that milestone, I guess, is something you have to go through to move to the next point. But I'd like to address the evidence, the forensic evidence, to try and analyze what happened to Riley, because I find it very difficult to believe he fell in the water. Nobody knew about it, heard him yell, nothing at all. And then he turns up without his pants on, his boots, his wallet, all missing. I have a problem with that. I've got a big problem with that. I know you just heard the 911 call. Chris, how did Riley's family discover a body had been found?
The family was actually notified via a reporter pre the police calling us, letting us know that they had found Riley, it's not, I guess it's ironic that most of our information has come from the media and not the police, but that's my personal opinion on this. But yeah, we were notified just literally moments before the police actually notified that it
See, there's Silky, there's contacts.
had not been verified, but they were pretty sure they had found Riley, which, put the family in a spin at that moment. They had been searching so hard for a positive ending but also had ultimately found the ending.
Yeah, I'm taking in everything that you're saying, but that feeling, that hearing those words is something that stays with you the rest of your life. I know that. When I first heard that my fiance was dead, I really didn't believe it. My mind was playing all sorts of games to if I can get there, maybe there's been an accident, I can fix it. Where is he? I'll fix it. And it wasn't until I saw my pastor Wright Bernstein funeral home that I realized what was happening. And then it took me a really long time to take it in. Who answered that phone call? His mom or dad?
Actually, it was a joint call to the family. His stepdad and mom was at the house. Ryan, his dad, was already out, had just left the house, I think, to go towards the boat to get on it to search. And I was leaving the house, and we noticed that, that they'd gotten an important phone call because they got quiet, but we had to go chase down some leads. So,
I hate that feeling, Chris. Chris, I hate that feeling. When there's buzz going on, all of a sudden somebody's on the phone and everything gets quiet, and you're like, what is it?
Yeah, we were chasing the lead.
Mom and who else on the phone?
His stepdad, Chris, the other Chris. Yes.
So did his mother expect this, or was she completely floored when she got the news?
Michelle, at one point, we did have a family conversation of the bad outcome that could happen. She was prepared, but only as you can prepare a mother that's missing her cub. She knew that with the days that went by and the lack of evidence and the lack of stuff that was being generated in Nashville itself by the police department, that it may not have a happy outcome. But she never gave up hope to find her son. We never gave up trying, and we were blessed with the media getting Riley's story out, generating the leads that we needed. Because at that point, literally, the media, the social networks, is the only leads that we had been given, period, as to what had happened to Riley.
Guys, again, thank you for being with us. As this family mourns the death of Riley, I want answers. So far, we keep hearing that his death, quote, continues to appear accidental, but I don't get it. I don't get it. Ben Powers joining me, high-profile lawyer, joining us out of this jurisdiction at legalpowers.com. Ben, thank you for being with us. Why would they say it, quote, continues to appear accidental when he accidentally threw his pants, his shoes, and his wallet and fell in the water? That doesn't make any sense. Why are they saying that?
Well, so when it comes to the medical examiner making that type of determination, what they're looking for is clear signs of trauma, a gunshot wound, a clear stab wound, something like that. And the medical examiner's determination of no signs of foul play or no signs of trauma consistent with foul play is a determination that's not static, it's fluid. So if new information is developed, new information comes forward, witnesses come forward with whatever they may know, that can definitely change the determination that the medical examiner makes. But right now, I don't put a whole lot of stock in the no foul play trauma determination, because someone pushing Riley in, throwing Riley in, punching Riley and tossing him in that way, or just pushing him down the embankment is going to look exactly identical to him falling in. It's indistinguishable the type of injuries you have.
Ben Powers, I hate everything that you just said, and I'm going to tell you why, but I need backup. Joining me right now, high-profile death investigator, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon. What else can I say? Let's see. And star of a hit series, Body Bags, with Joe Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, now, I know you're used to getting in front of juries and giving a very lengthy explanation of COD, cause of death, but I have one question, and it's a yes, no, Joe Scott. Yes or no. Okay. Here's the question. Isn't it true that death investigators and medical examiners take into account before they reach their determination not only the physical evidence that you get from the body, but extrinsic evidence as well, such as I had an arson case. Okay. Was it an accident? Did this wife really die in a fire? Well, I looked at extrinsic evidence, including the fact that her husband took all of his suits, all of his shoes, all of his ties to a dry cleaner, multiple dry cleaners in the area in the days before the fire, called the weather station, and I had him on tape, finding out if it would rain that day, the day of the fire, and also calling his insurance company to find out would they pay for furniture replacement. And then, bam, his mansion caught on fire and his wife died. That's extrinsic evidence, not to mention raiding his place of business and finding bags and bags, trash bags, black plastic trash bags, as I recall, full of things from the home, such as his own family photos, not her, but his family, his mom, his grandma, blah, blah, blah. That's extrinsic evidence. So my question to you is, isn't it true the medical examiner can take into account extrinsic evidence when determining whether there's been foul play? I can't believe it. He did it, Jackie. He actually said it in one word. I'm circling back. So Ben Powers, the extrinsic evidence I'm talking about would be the fact that he doesn't have on pants. How's that an accident?
No, and I agree. I think that the fact that he doesn't have on pants but still has on his boxers is definitely something of concern, because if they're trying to say that the river current took his pants off, you're telling me that something that's indiscriminate in tearing his pants from his body is delicate enough to leave his undergarments? That just doesn't make any sense. And then when you factor that in with the debit card found on the riverbank, it just continues to make so many irregularities. Eventually, you have to acknowledge this doesn't add up. The math doesn't math, because you got the debit card on the riverbank, the pants are missing, but the boxers are still present. And especially you have to take into consideration the location that he went missing.
Hey, hold on. Before I lose the thought, Ben Powers, I'm going to follow up with Joe Scott Morgan about the pants missing, but as you pointed out twice, and I'm glad you did because it sparked a thought, if the current had somehow dragged his pants off, why not the boxers too? If the current was that strong, I don't know that I've ever seen a drowning case where it literally pulled your clothes off. Hold on just one moment. I want to go to Dryden Quigley joining us, investigative reporter, WSMV4. But first, let's get some more knowledge before we reach a conclusion. Take a listen to more of the 911 call. What else do we learn about the discovery of Riley's body? Listen.
And you said you guys found a dead body?
Yes, ma'am, in the river. We unload barges at this facility,
What
and
does it look
I was
like?
checking around my dock. It's definitely got a person, hair, black shirt, kind of like a white, muddy looking on the front. It's face down in the water. Yes, ma'am.
It's a
Caucasian.
It looks like a male.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to hear more of that 911 call because I'm learning a lot of facts. Listen.
Is he completely submerged, or is he right on that, like the bed? Not the bed, but like is he partially in the water, partially out of the water?
No, he's fully submerged besides his back sticking out of the water. I actually had to move a log off of the head to confirm it was a body.
Okay. I have this call up, and I'm gonna get somebody out there. Okay.
No, all right. I'll meet them up top. I'm gonna make my way up from the river in just a few minutes.
Okay. All right. I'll let you go.
All right. Thank you.
I'm very intrigued, and I want to know if everybody else has noticed this as well. Let me just throw it out to Joe Scott Morgan. This has nothing to do with the body, but you and I have listened to a lot of 911 calls, as I'm sure you have too, Ben Powers, in court. why did the 911 dispatchers always like, what? Huh? It's a dead body. They're like not even worried. Does anybody notice that beside me? No? Yes? Anybody?
No, I mean, when you hear her responses, Nancy, you have to understand she's got other calls that have been coming in. All right. This is not separated from her. She has to survive in the environment that she in, and she has to remain. No,
Other calls. Oh, there's a fire hydrant running on Main Street. Ooh, I see a car accident. They look like they've hurt their neck. Okay, you know what? That's what you've got for me. She's taking other
I've
calls,
got more.
so she can't really get invested.
No, she's
in a
dealing with things
nutshell.
like domestic violence calls, those sorts of things, maybe armed robberies. We're talking about anything. Nashville's a big town, Nancy. And so she has to deal with a lot of things. She cannot have her voice going up and down in these sorts of things. She has to maintain calm during the midst of this.
Okay, you can call it calm. Some people might call it disinterested, but I'm going to go with what you said. Nashville is a big town. There's a lot of crime. So she is not my concern right now. To Dryden Quigley joining us, investigative reporter WSMV4. Dryden, tell me, first of all, thank you for being with us. Tell me about the discovery of Riley's body, because it's not adding up for me.
Yeah, I mean, it was the second call of a dead body we got that week. So at first, I think a lot of us were like, is it going to be him? Is it not going to be him? So when we got this call that they found a body in the river, a lot of us rushed out there, to see what was going on, if it would be identified as him, which it was, unfortunately.
Dryden Quigley, you raced to the scene when you heard about the 911 call. A, how did you hear about it? And B, what did you see or hear or sense when you arrived?
So I myself wasn't on the scene. We had sent another reporter there first, but I know that when he got there, there were a ton of police officers there. They weren't able to go exactly towards the water, but, they had a lot of officers. I think the feeling was that, it was going to be Riley this time.
I just want to reiterate how thankful we are for everyone and how much we appreciate everyone's support and love and prayers, because we feel them. We have felt every one of them. Every single one. I just ask that you mamas out there hug your babies tight tonight, please. Please, for me, just hug your babies tight tonight. And again, thank you. Thank you for sharing our story.
I don't know how Riley's mom, Michelle, even had the strength to stand up in front of microphones and speak to the public as articulately as she did, bringing home not only has she lost her son, but now that he's been found, so many questions. You know what? Let's hear part of that 911 one more time. There's something very significant there I want to analyze.
Is he completely submerged, or is he right on that, like the bed? Not the bed, but like is he partially in the water, partially out of the water?
No, he's fully submerged besides his back sticking out of the water. I actually had to move a log off of the head to confirm it was a body.
Okay. I have this call up, and I'm gonna get somebody out there. Okay.
No, all right. I'll meet them up top. I'm gonna make my way up from the river in just a few minutes.
Okay. All right. I'll let you go.
All right. Thank you.
Wow, he didn't.
Chris Dingman is.
I'm gonna pause it real quick just so we can chit chat for a few. They're right. He doesn't sound concerned whatsoever, which is crazy. I don't know. Maybe when I was down there, because I don't know shit about barges, but when I was down there, because I asked about the barges, and the people down there were telling me that that's a common thing for a barge worker is to look for, individuals that may be stuck underneath or whatever. So maybe that's why, maybe it's a common thing for them or something. He seemed kind of desensitized from it, but it is interesting. I didn't know he had his boxers on. I thought, right? So if you're wearing a belt, and this is why the whole the whole time. I'm like, even with the boots, to come off from the current, I just, the boots, number one, then the pants. To me, I said if they did come off, because we didn't know anything about the autopsy at that point. I'm saying if they did come off, unfortunately, it's, it'd be a loss of a limb or something that would then have enough force to make boots and pants disappear. But then we didn't hear anything about that. So then it goes back to, exactly what the parents are saying. How do pants come off with a belt on? And again, what I've been saying from the beginning, how do boots come off if there's no humongous force to you got to have some force to put them on and pull them off. So none of it made sense.
Because whatever can do that would take the shirt first.
Right. Something. With that belt, that's the most secured clothing item on your body is with the belt. So how do you lose the most secured item on your body? It's called they didn't care to have the shirt because the shirt is definitely going to make somebody stand out if they're wearing it. So they just stole the boots and the shoes.
I'm trying to remember what day so I can go back and look at my own footage. And I hope my camera was on. The last day I think that I was there with you might have been a Saturday a couple of weeks ago. Remember the guy that I said really freaked me out because he popped out of the bushes, but he was a better looking type of guy, nice haircut, clothes. Remember I said it
the
freaked
guy
me
in
out?
the guy with the ball or the beanie cap, because him and his wife first popped out when we first walked up there. When you went to go talk to the homeless guy, that guy, the guy with the stocking cap.
This guy didn't have a cap. Like his hair was perfect.
Long hair.
No. This guy had a very short. He was I don't know. He was a little bit older. He wasn't as young as Beanie Guy, but he had a very fresh done haircut, nice shirt, nice clothes. And what scared me is I knew I had seen him before, but I said he could walk into one of those clubs and never be noticed. Like he would just blend in. And there was something about him that was so weird. And I remember looking at his shoes and I want to see, because he had brown shoes on and he had like a peach colored shirt. And I want to see, so I'm trying to figure out what day that was. I'm thinking it was a Saturday. That Saturday. I'm going to
the last day
it on camera.
Yeah, the last day you and me were there was a Saturday because I took a break on a Sunday and then I went up on Monday to start for Sebastian.
Okay. All right. I'll try to find that particular one. And I don't know.
Let me know if you do. Let me know if you do, because when I go back down there, I'll look. One of the things, I'm not only going there to have meetings with contacts, but I'm also going there because I'm going to try and talk to some of these homeless people, because this is what I was just saying in chat, and what I've already planned on from back then was I already know when the attention dies down and the coverage dies down and all of a sudden nobody's walking up and down that street anymore. That's when that dude's going to be wearing those boots, yo.
Yeah.
So I already know somebody that did do it. And I have a feeling who, and I want to try and get in there to talk, and I want to try and create some kind of whatever, because I want to look, because I still feel like the boots and the pants are down there off the side of that hill.
Yeah.
And I feel like the person, now that the attention's gone, now it's okay for them to wear the boots. No, it's not, buddy, because I'm going to be looking for them.
Yeah.
I need to see if you have a photo or you want to take a screenshot of that, Silky, let me know, because I'll focus on looking out for him too. Because if they want to pop out, it's going to be a little different this time. if they want to pop out, I'm going to be right there, and I'm going to be like, hey, I got a question for you. And I'm just going to paint it in a certain, hey, I'm just trying to see, what you guys think and how you guys are doing and how you feel. Whatever, but really, nah, I'm analyzing and scoping the hell out of you. I'm just making it seem like I'm just wondering what you think and think.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be looking for it. Let me know.
I'm going to look. I don't know if I was still streaming at that point. It was the end of the day. I don't know. I
I
hope to
might have been
God.
though. I might have been though.
Yeah, but we
And
weren't
if he's from
together.
that homeless camp, he might be on another day that we were already recording
That's
too.
true. I think if I saw his face, I would remember him. I think.
I already know who they have on their side, Joe. Trust me. I know a hell of a lot more about others than they know. So trust me, I already know about who's connected to what down there. I do what I do, and there's certain things that I don't share with you because just trust me, I know a lot more than I even put out there. It's for that purpose. So I'm not really worried about going down there. I'm good. I think it was JLR video, but I seen a pair of boots and jeans on the side. I don't know. I never seen a pair of boots and jeans. Has anybody ever seen a pair of where? Because we scoped all up and down that, and we didn't see any boots and jeans. I saw jeans, but I didn't see jeans with boots. So I mean, you could see that. I even have the GoPro footage that I shared with you guys, where you guys even see the clearest shit possible. And where were their boots? I didn't see any.
I didn't either.
I didn't either. And me and Najee were down there scoping everything. We found some other stuff too, though, but I didn't see any boots. Let me see here. There are many cases. Yeah, there are many. Oh, you're down there too, talking to that homeless camp, Joe? Or are you just talking in general? Because I'm actually talking about the homeless people in that camp themselves. I'm not saying it's not in general. So if it's in general, maybe in that area, but with this homeless encampment that I'm specifically talking about, I already know, and we're good. All right, so we're gonna go ahead.
I was just going to say, I would love to talk to Joe. I said that to you a couple of days ago. Love to ask you some questions.
Well, go ahead and put your email in the chat.
Oh, I did. I'll put it in there again. But
no, I'm not worried about that, Courtney, because I didn't see any boots myself, so I ain't worried about it.
Yeah, and when I say talk, I mean off the record. I don't mean on camera or anything like that.
Yeah. Yeah, just drop your email and then you guys. I thought she was saying whoever, I thought they were saying they were like actually, they know about that homeless encampment or something. All right, we'll get back to this video. I apologize. It's going to be in and out just because we had crazy storms. I think there's still, I don't know. I got to check the radar and see if it's done. But we've been having some crazy storms through the night and into the morning and stuff. So don't wear my boots. Why? I'm not wearing any boots right now. I just got socks on.
They mean don't wear it down to the Cumberland River because you might end up over the side.
Oh, no. Now there's a difference. There's a difference. My boots won't be coming off. I'll just put it that way. I'll just put it that way. Some people know, some people don't. It's all good.
Is with us a very dear family friend and spokesperson for Riley Strain's family. They have a GoFundMe at Riley Strain. Chris, the details that we're hearing, that his head was lodged under a log, that his boots, wallet, pants missing, but especially hearing on the 911 call that his head was lodged under a log. Are those facts that the mom, Michelle, knows? Is she it would break my heart to hear those facts. I don't know that she's ready to hear that.
We actually, as a collective group in Riley's War Room, kept a lot of stuff from Michelle, just because as you deal on a daily basis, and a lot of people on the panel today, it's a dark world out there and people like to do cruel things. So I am unaware at this moment. I don't think Michelle knew the graphic nature of how Riley was found. The War Room, the dads, the uncles, etc. Yes, we were quite aware of it. And the wild part is Bryan, Riley's dad, actually was at that location, and they pinged it that night at like 11 or 12 o'clock that night in the boat as a possible location to search with the dogs. I do know that.
To Karen Stark joining us now, high-profile TV radio trauma expert and consultant at KarenStark.com. If you're looking for her, that's Karen with a C. Karen, thank you for being with us. It's bad enough when the one you love, you lose them, they die. But then you find out about a traumatic death. And as you and I have discussed many times about Keith, you think, oh, did they feel what happened? Did they know what was happening to them? My point is, did they suffer? What was that like? And then you find out it could have been wrongdoing on someone else's part, such as a murder. It's overwhelming. I don't know how. You know, Karen, I thought I knew it all when my fiance was killed, but now that I have the twins, I can't even imagine what Michelle is going through. And now this, and the confusion about what really happened to Riley. I mean, I'd rather know, look, he was rolled by some homeless people. We don't know who yet, but his pants didn't just float off in the water. That's not what happened. And I don't believe they or other items have been recovered yet, which you would think naturally they would follow the current where the body went, right? Well, they haven't. So where are they? What happened? So without knowing the truth, you're kind of left in some horrible purgatory, some limbo where you don't know what happened to them.
Nancy, if you think about what happened with you with Keith, right? The more details that you're able to have, even though it's horrific, it's just, you want to know exactly what happened, because your imagination just keeps going. It's not like you could let it go. This is traumatic. Your child is dead before you. It's not the way it's supposed to go in the world. And so here you are with this situation, and you're told that his pants are off. Well, they say that you can't take pants off if you're in the water. He couldn't do it himself. His boots were off. They found the cards. So the more details that are confusion, that he died by drowning, but no, maybe not, the harder it is. And they need to have the beginning. Look, they will never heal from this. You know that more than anyone. But the beginning of some kind of process to make them be able to live with this, they're not having that right now.
The body of Riley Strain was found submerged under a log in the Cumberland River, 8 miles downriver from where he was last seen. Strain still had on the white and black shirt he was last seen wearing, but his boots, pants, and wallet were missing. Officials say it's not uncommon for clothing to come off drowning victims in the water. The initial autopsy report says no sign of foul play, but the family has ordered a second private autopsy, saying no water in his lungs raises questions about drowning. The claim that the coroner noted a lack of water in Strain's lungs has not been publicly confirmed.
Joining me in all-star panel, but first I want to go to Joe Scott Morgan, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, and death investigator. He has investigated over 1,000 deaths. Joe Scott, again, thank you for being with us. This is a lot of information to digest, and I want to hear your analysis, especially about no water being in the lungs in a drowning case.
Listen, you're not always going to find water in the lungs, Nancy, in a drowning. You can have what's referred to as a dry drowning. many times. This is where you have actually a spasm that occurs in the organs of the throat. You can prevent water from getting in, but here's the problem with this. There's other locations you look to see if there are in fact evidences of drowning with a body. And the biggest problem I have with this, Nancy, is that they have not had sufficient amount of time to do all of the testing, including toxicology, that they need to come back to. This is an incomplete investigation as far as I'm concerned.
Hold on. Everything you're saying is extremely valuable. I'm trying to write as fast as I can. Yeah. Okay. Dry drowning.
Dry drowning.
You want me to accept that?
Whether or not you want to accept it or not, it's the reality is that it does occur. So you can't.
How often have you seen it happen?
I'd say probably at least a dozen times over the course of my career. Worked a long time.
What were the
in New
circumstances?
You have individuals that go into the water, particularly in an inebriated state. This can particularly happen sometimes. And you can have individuals that have sustained trauma where this occurs as well. And generally, there's going to be some kind of neurological compromise when that happens. I'm very curious.
I don't know what that means. Neurological.
Well, that means that they have sustained a head trauma, perhaps. And I would be very. How do we know?
Because
how do we know that he didn't?
Reported in
it
the
wasn't
autopsy.
Reported. All right. Yeah. Well. Yeah, they haven't reported toxicology yet either. I think that it's very important that they have done a second autopsy.
Apples, oranges. See, just got. I know your game really well. When you throw things on me like neurological, what did you say? Neurological what? Compromise? Is that what you said? Mm-hmm. Neurological compromise? Okay.
Yes.
You're throwing words at me as a medical examiner, as a death investigator, mm-hmm. that a lawyer wouldn't necessarily know what that meant. But guess what? I do know what that means, mm-hmm. for once. So let me just say, then you said, when I said, well, there was no report of a blow to the head or any contusion, any hemorrhage, bruising to the head, you went, oh, well, there's not toxicology either. Apples, oranges, because you can look at the body and see if there's a blow to the head. Easy. You can't look at the body and know about toxicology. You have to wait until those blood tests or tissue tests come back. So if they're not noting in the autopsy that there's a blow to the head, then there's not a blow to the head. That's not something you have to wait on.
Right. You're absolutely right. And so I think that other things that they need to be digging into here, Nancy, are something that we look for in drowning, which are referred to as diatom testing, which are these little algae creatures that exist in water. That has not been released as well. I don't know if they're doing diatom testing there. Also, any kind of barotrauma, and what we look for is water in the inner ear. Many times this happens when bodies have been, say, submerged at great depth. And yeah, we get water in our ears when we swim. However, this is deep within the ear. And many times this happens as a result of forced pressure. I'm interested to try to understand why in the hell they have released this information so prematurely when they don't have a complete investigation done at this point in time. I'm still waiting.
I'm trying to decipher everything you said. Dry drowning. And you said that you, Joe Scott Morgan, have encountered dry drowning about 12 times. Isn't that what you said?
That's correct.
Do you think it's 12 or could it have been less?
No, I'd say it's probably around 12, yeah.
Around 12, okay. And Joe Scott Morgan, how many death investigations have you conducted?
I don't know, Nancy. Probably upwards of, 4,000, I would imagine.
So 4,000. Mm-hmm. Around, just like around 12. Now it's around 4,000. So out of 4,000 death investigations, mm-hmm. you've had around 12 dry drownings. Is that mm-hmm. correct?
Correct.
And in those cases, did you...
Somebody do me a favor. Or here, I'll just do it right now. 4,000 divided by 12. Or 12 divided by 4,000. Sorry, division was never my strong point. That was like math. I can fly through shit in math, but division, it might take me a minute. 0.003. Okay. So this is the percentage according to his statistics on the percentage of that happening in all the cases that he has done. That's pretty damn. That's lower than Silky. That's lower than what'd you say the other day?
Oh, yeah, the statistics are 10 to 15, or it can go as high as 20%.
Can I ask a question about that? Because I'm really bad at math. Is that his total cases or his total drowning cases? I'm sorry. I know that's a dumb question, but...
No, that's his dry drowning cases.
No, I mean, the total, was that all of the cases he's investigated, or is it all of the drownings he's investigated? Because I didn't know we were going to be doing math, so I wasn't listening properly to that. I'm sorry.
We're real people. We're real. No, it was the 4,000 that she's
total cases.
About. Yeah,
not drownings. Okay.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. 0.003 of those cases that he's done, that those have ended up in dry drownings. 0.003. To me, if he's investigated, I'm sure he's came across a lot more drownings. That would be a question I would ask from, if I was Nancy Grace instead of the total. Like you said, Rosie, what's the total cases of drownings, and then subtract that from the total of dry. So then that's the percentage that you're probably getting to, Silky, which would be at utmost, what would you say, 20%?
Yeah, usually about 10 to 15, but I saw one thing that said 10 to 20, so
yeah,
he hasn't seen that much. Not even close.
So maybe she'll ask. Hopefully. We'll see.
Say that often you found a neurological compromise, plain language, regular people talk, blow to the head.
It does occur, yes.
Did it occur in those 12?
To the best of my recollection, every single time they were compromised in some way, either from a head strike or from being inebriated.
Somebody I know is going into cross-examination mode, and that would be you. Because when somebody throws out to the best of my recollection, that means I may be right or I may be wrong, but I'm going to CYA. You're telling me out of 4,000 cases, you've had about 12 dry drownings. And in those 12 dry drownings, they had, as you say, neurological compromise, i.e. blow to the head. Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay, got it. So in this case, since we don't know about a blow to the head, that differentiates itself from all of your dry drownings. Okay. Now that we have ferreted that out.
Damn.
Scott, please.
She's on fire.
She's even going after the guests. Damn.
Yeah. She is pulling no punches today.
Yeah.
She's tough.
It's
She's
like
on
Nancy.
fire.
Nancy, let's go out and have a drink sometime, lady, okay? You need to go out sometime. You need to go out. You know what? I'm a gentleman, lady. I'll take you out. We'll just go out for a drink. You need a night off, lady. You need a night off. I got my whole community telling me I need a night off. Hey, I'm here. I'm here. That's what we're in the studio. Nancy, you need a night off, babe. You need a night off. Let me take you out in Nashville. Let me take you out in Nashville some night, all right? Come on. Come on.
In regular
God damn, Nancy.
Talk. No neurological compromise, no blow to the head, extrinsic evidence. Doesn't have his pants on. Boots would have just dragged him down to the bottom. His debit card is up near that homeless camp.
I don't understand.
His
I don't
wallet's gone.
understand what dragging him down to the bottom has to do with the condition in which his body was found and where he was found. It is possible for boots to come off. I have a real problem with pants coming off, though. I also don't know if his pants were belted as well.
And right where they found that, that's one of the reasons why I even showed you guys the GoPro when we explored that. Me and Najee went down there on the riverbank and explored, and you'll see 15 steps from that is it's the front yard of somebody's home, and where we're standing and where they're standing right there, that's their little oasis in the back. And you know it's a little oasis because it's the smoothest path in that whole area. They have that path padded down and smoothed out on purpose, because that little river back there is their little oasis. That right there is the mansion in that homeless camp, people. And that right there, I feel, is where those boots are. Trust me, when I'm going back, we're looking for those boots too. And I know damn well whoever's wearing them is wearing them right now as we're doing our show. That's how much I feel like they're wearing these boots. And I feel like they're going to be wearing them down there when we go down there too.
Has not been addressed at all. And here's another thing. Those clothes would have had to have come off early on, Nancy, because as the body is in the Cumberland for this protracted period of time, I think we're looking at a 2-week period. Forgive me for saying this, but the body will become bloated during that particular bit of time. That means that with the bloating comes tension. And so the body begins to swell. So the probability of the pants coming off as he's been in there for a protracted period of time would not have happened at the end or prior to the discovery. It would have had to have happened prior to. All right. So I think that that's something else that needs to be factored in as well.
Okay. That is the Joe Scott Morgan you're hearing right there. That is the renowned professor at Jacksonville State University and the author of Blood Beneath My Feet and the star of Body Bags with Joe Scott Morgan. Everything you just said is brilliant. I didn't even take notes because I wanted to drink it in what you just said. The one thing I did manage to write down 2 words. I didn't want to miss anything. And what you just said is critical. Were those pants belted?
And you said you guys found a dead body?
Yes, ma'am, in the river. We don't know barges at this facility,
What does it
and
look
I was
like?
checking around my dock. It's definitely got a person, hair, black shirt, kind of like a white, muddy looking on the front. It's face down in the water. Yes, ma'am.
It's a
Caucasian.
It looks like a male.
Yes, ma'am.
The suggestion that this young man died of a dry drowning doesn't make any sense compared with the extrinsic evidence that we have learned. To Dryden Quigley joining us, WSMV4 there in Tennessee. Explain to me where the body was found in relation to all the other points of interest, specifically that homeless encampment.
Yeah, so that's right where he went into the water. So you're walking along this kind of the road on your right side is going to be this steep slope into the river. There's no way that he was walking down towards that river. But there are some homeless camps, kind of perched along it, but it's very wooded down there. So if he would have had to fall or been pushed over kind of the edge into that water. And then his body was found a few miles down the river from where he supposedly went in, or where he was last seen on camera.
Chris Dingman joining us, the family spokesperson and very dear friend of Riley's family. Chris, what does all of this mean to you and the family?
It's once again, we have way more questions than answers. And to answer one of the panelists, I did confer with the family last night. Much like my son is the same height as Riley, and you've seen the pictures of him. The boys wear belts because they have swimmers' bodies in essence. And there's very, very, very good chance Riley did have a belt on that evening. Where the location it went in, I'll be honest with you, I'm a very avid outdoors guy, and it's extreme terrain at the homeless camp area, let alone the sheer drop-off area where the credit card was found, the debit card. More confusing questions from the police officer's body cam. If you timestamp it to where the detention center picks back up, where Riley is no longer seen in any videos, there's numerous people on little scooters. They're also walking. That's in that time era that, you know, somebody, it wasn't like it was a, you know, 3 o'clock in the morning, everybody went home. There are people, cars driving by. We even had one of the gentlemen say that I saw 2 Teslas setting in the police cam footage for the body cam. You know, they run video 24/7. I still personally think that somebody knows something, you know, whether it was a homeless person, a person visiting from out of town, who. I think there was too many people that was in that area for it just to go unnoticed. That's my personal opinion.
Agree. Joe Scott Morgan, why was it so significant to you to find out whether Riley was wearing a belt? And now that we believe we have the answer from Chris Dingman that he was, what, if anything, does that mean to you, Joe Scott?
It means, Nancy, that it would be much more, it's more plausible, I think, or potential. The potential exists, as Dr. Bass has said, I think previously, that the pants may have come off, they could, but if they were belted, it would be a much tougher hill to climb, that the water would just simply pull them off. Because as was mentioned, this young gentleman is tall and slender. Those pants are not going to stay up. He has to have them belted. And again, when you combine all of these things, I worked a lot of cases, Nancy, where people's shoes do in fact come off in the water. The current generally facilitates that. But when you have pants that come off, that's a completely different animal at that point in time. That's what, you know, leaves me with more questions than answers here.
Dry drowning is also known as laryngospasm. As Joe Scott was saying earlier, how your larynx will spasm, but would that spasm last long enough? If it unspasmed, would he ingest water? And if you drown, I thought the reason you drown is because your lungs are full of water. So how can you drown without your lungs being full of water?
You can drown without the water present in your lungs, because if you'll just think about, which we cover a lot of these cases, Nancy, asphyxial deaths, you're essentially depriving your brain of oxygen. And so that's going to be compromised. If he has any substances on board, that's also going to be another compromising position. But as I'd mentioned just a moment ago, and I think that this is important for them to explore, he would still take on enough water if it could get into the peripheral system. That means out into his organs, into his bloodstream, and even in, yes, to his bone marrow, where you're searching for diatoms. We take samples of these areas of the body, and you do an acid, what's referred to as an acid test on these areas, and you look for these little creatures that only exist in waterborne environments, and they kind of spread out. We do this in drowning cases with great frequency, and so I'd be curious if they took the time to do that. And that's only something that happens in the antemortem state, Nancy. That means it doesn't happen postmortem. You have to take these on, and they have to be shunted off into the peripheral system at that point in time. So I'm still waiting on that, just like we're waiting on toxicology.
Chris Dingman, you inferred that people had been embedded into the homeless community to get information. Did they get any information?
We've got a lot of information that we're still processing through. Unfortunately, when all this went down, and due to the media impact in that area, the homeless scattered. 90% of them do not want to be in the limelight or talk to people, etc. We do have personally, I don't think Metro Nashville is following up on it, but we do have personally some people that we are still trying to track down at other camps just for information. If this truly was an accident, you know, Michelle has her son home, and they're going to get to have a proper burial, which was big for me on the side of the family. I did not want to have to bring Michelle home without her son, good or bad. but Michelle does have that. But now we're able to actually dig into some of the stuff that we have questions on. The priority was getting Michelle, her son, and Ryan and Chris to get them home back in a controlled environment with loved friends and family and everybody. But now the dad's in the war room. We need some answers. You know, we've got questions, just like on the panel today. We've given each other information, and we thought we had an angle, and all of a sudden now we have 100 more angles. But no, there's people of interest that we personally are trying to reach out to, not because we think there was malcontent in it, but somebody knows something. There's just too many people in that area. One of the theories was that, maybe Riley had went around the corner, tried to relieve himself. The young lady from Nashville doing the reporting with us in the group, she can verify that terrain is extreme terrain right there. And Riley, of all my boys, even though he's not mine, all my boys, he was the modest one. He was not a go out in public kind of guy like we were raised on the country. So that was nothing that ever crossed my mind. And also, one more question. Everybody's talking about the boots. I have to let everybody know those are a size 15. And if you've ever had wet boots on or wet shoes, they're extremely tough to get off. That young man had a size 15 boot on. So a lot of questions. We're trying to get answers. Unfortunately, we can do that at this moment because Riley is home. But we need the help. We need the help of the public. That seems to be where we've gotten our answers as a family. And I think there's still more answers out there.
A dry drowning, no water in his lungs with no blow to the head. When does that ever happen? Practically never. What happened to Riley Strain? To you, Ben Powers, high-profile lawyer in that jurisdiction, weigh in.
So for me, the thing that stands out is the commonality of the things they're missing: the boots, the pants, and the debit card that's discarded. Those are all things that are valuable to the encampment where he went missing. The debit card may have been discarded because you have to go use it, and to use it, you have to go be on camera using it. And so it's too much risk potentially. It doesn't have intrinsic value like the pants and the boots that are missing. I think that, in combination with all the other evidence we've discussed, certainly raises a lot of questions that we don't have answers to today.
You're right, Ben Powers. Those boots have not been found, and I'd like to know whether anybody's wearing those boots as we're talking right now. To Karen Stark, psychologist. Karen?
I'll tell you, Nancy, they will never get over this. You know that. She's talking about holding babies close. But the more answers that they have, the better it is for the family, despite the grief.
If you know or think you know anything regarding the death of this son, this beloved son, Riley Strain, please dial 615-862-8600. But right now, let's pause to remember American hero Officer Jonah Hernandez, just 35 years old, Las Cruces, New Mexico. Loved helping those in need. Lifelong dream of becoming an officer. Leaves behind wife Yesenia and two beautiful young sons. Jonah Hernandez, American hero. I'll see you tomorrow night, 6 and 9 p.m. sharp Eastern. And until then, good night, friend.
Good night, friend. Good night, friend. Let's show that GoPro. Give me one second.
Good.
Give me 1 second. We're going to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to show you. All right, let me see here. 1, 2. I need to skip ahead, I think, to this one. It's split up in 3.
Can you give me one moment? I got to go to the...
All right, hold on 1 second.
I got to go to the bathroom real quick.
Yeah, we don't want that on. we don't want that on camera.
And yet you told me to go out there and you would stand in front of me. Yeah.
Silky, the world is your oyster, okay? So when duty calls, all right? because I can't do the duty if the other duty's calling. I can't stay focused. All right, I can't stay focused.
Look, I'm telling you, that first day I had to pee in the parking lot, and it was 7. That was what we met about, I don't know, 10:30, 11. It was 7:30 that night before I got to go. So
Right.
don't tell me about dedication.
Mishy girl, Call of Duty. That's right. I can't do one Call of Duty if I don't take care of the other Call of Duty. Because then you can't focus. You know, your focus is going in other places. No, you got to have that focus.
Yeah. I had that focus. I'm just excited I didn't pee on myself.
Yeah. So when I knew we were coming up to a highly, a situation that needed a high amount of focus, I needed to make sure I took care of the other duty so I could have that high amount of focus because it's important. The inner workings of how CJ works. Yes. All right, here we go. So, oh shit. All right. So check this out, everybody. This is us walking up to it. Okay. So this is the spot. We're not even there yet. We're about to get under the bridge. You see over to the left, the pillar. Okay. So we're about to get into it. And I'm going to show you guys this, and I'm going to let it play as we're kind of walking through. And when we get to that nice little smooth, little walk area, that is the only smoothest area in that whole section. To me, that says that blue tent is the mansion, is the mayor of that camp, because he's got this little private backyard oasis that he gets to enjoy, because anybody else in that encampment has to go through his camp to get to the oasis. That's how you know it's the mansion and he's the mayor of that camp.
So look at how much room. Look at how much room.
So right here, we're going, if you haven't seen this yet, we're going through, as you know, and we did this in the show. It's the Riley Strain GoPro episode where we showed you and also showed you some footage up above where that's where we had somebody, I think it was a homeless person, yelling at us to get out. It was a really sketchy situation. And so I also showed the above, because that episode with the Riley Strain that we did with all the footage is to show you all the different theories of what they're trying to tell you took place. And we're exploring every single one of them and how they couldn't have taken place. And so this is just a small portion of that.
There is before you even get there. Plus, look at all of the foliage that would have broke some kind of the gravitational force to actually make it into the water.
So this is what I meant. Like,
all right.
It's kind of like over there in that other spot where it's like terraining down like this. It's kind of like that up there too. Because you can stand flat on the dirt up there and look up.
Yeah, you can. There is a flat ridge that goes along the.
And this is Najee. She's part of the power team here that we have over here for the crew. And definitely go sub to her and show her some love. She just dropped a quick video just for creating the channel. But definitely go drop her a sub, because she's also been out there with us doing this work as well. So go show her some love too, please. Back to this. This is Najee with us here
along
in the GoPro.
The wall there. This is what I was kind of thinking, because it was actually
and that's what I'm saying. You could say there's pants, you can say there's construction equipment, you can say there's dirty underwear that was used to wipe the number 2. You could say anything, and you can pretty much find it on this shore. What you don't find is a pair of boots, and I'll tell you all that right now. If somebody else found them, then they got picked up and taken away. I never saw a pair of boots there once. Everything else I saw, even police tape. Never saw a pair of boots.
And the shrine.
No parking.
Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, in the shrine, right? Ew, gosh, ew. Yuck.
So over here, So, right here is if you fell. Well, see, you still got the brush right here, though.
Yeah.
So, even if you did fall from that corner, I guess there's a clear area right here. Maybe this is where. But then again, could it have been down more that way that he would have? Well, here, let me climb up this way. It'll probably be better if I go this way. So, all right. So right here is underneath, right directly underneath that corner. This right here maybe, but I don't know. That's still, say you fell right here. Right? Say you fell right here. That's still quite a bit of distance to have to roll into the water to actually be taken downstream.
At a height of 6'6" and what, 165 pounds?
It doesn't, it's almost like if you fell, you might land here, roll a couple times, and you'll be by the shore.
Caught. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even over there, like, there's no way from the, it's just, and then all of this stuff, none of this looks like anyone fell.
No. Yeah.
Broke or crushed.
Yeah, that's a good point, Silky. If you look at all this brush and the vines, that doesn't. Where would he have fallen in?
And there's like a path here, which is interesting.
So right down here is where they found the car.
Right here?
Watch. Yeah, right here.
Before the...
Yeah.
Watch this, people.
Okay.
Right around here is where they found it.
Okay.
I don't know. It doesn't...
So what's directly above us here?
So if we, I guess if we look between, because I got ratchet straps too, I'm going to climb out there and try and get over the edge. So it's between the two things sticking, or number 2 and 3.
Okay.
It's sticking out between 2 and 3 up there. So basically if I get in between those, look straight down, but still I just, you look at how much room is here. Let me back up to go against the wall. Look, here, I'll even, this is against the wall. I don't see how somebody, if you did, it's almost like somebody would have had to run at you and push you off.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Otherwise, you don't have that momentum.
I just thought about that. Like,
Yeah.
As you were saying it, I was like, how would you though?
Yeah, because then if you are pushing somebody off, your balance is already, you would have ended up with him, I would think.
At that, yeah.
If you're trying to push somebody with that much force, because that decline up there is crazy too. Yeah.
I'm gonna take this on the trail.
Okay.
And see
Yeah.
if I can see.
And right here, this is what I'm saying. 15 steps. You can count them as she's walking them. 15 steps. Nice, smooth little pathway. And watch. I'm going to show you. You can see.
What's up?
Right there. We just walked into their oasis in the backyard. Now we're walking up to their back door.
Oh, you know what? You know what? You know what? With how close it is to that camp right around the corner, and how easy it is to come down here and go down there. because here, I'm going to show you guys again. Look at, I got to be quiet a little bit, so just for everybody. I'm going to go around the corner of the stone wall, okay? And I'm going to show you guys how close it is and how easy it is that it would be for somebody to just walk down here and put him out there. Hold on, give me 1 second. Yeah, you know what I mean? That right there, come on. That's where I think those boots are. That's where I think those pants are. That's where I think the truth is when it comes to what happened to Riley. And I think this was the access from the easy target robbery to then drag him over here, to then push him out in the water, to make it appear like he fell in the water. And I feel, because if you watch, and I'm going to drop the link again, go back if you want to check out this episode sometime in the future. I even go up to the top, and that's where you hear somebody yell at me to get out. And I think what happened is as Riley's walking down that street, and he's got to do a Call of Duty as well, and he sees, oh shit, I got this little green gate. There's some brush in there. I can go in there real quick and go to the bathroom, because when I keep looking down that road, I don't see any other places I can go to the bathroom for a while without having a cop drive by and bust me for, going to the bathroom. So I think what happened is when he entered the same area that I did, I think he was also warned. And that's where I think somebody fell. And then when he fell, because of being scared, that's when you hear, it's okay, he's drunk. Because the person that did it is like, oh yeah, easy target. And then they got to get rid of it. Guess what? Who has the most power in that encampment? The mayor. The mayor's got the most power. Whose house has the extra amenities when it comes to that community? The mayor. We just walked into the mayor's backyard up to their back door. And that's why I feel that the answers are down there. And ever since we were down there and we were at the vigil and we heard what took place, that's when I said, you know what? Just wait for 2 weeks. Just wait a little time, because I already fucking know the person that took those boots is wearing them now. And that's why I already planned on coming back, because I already know they're going to be strutting them damn boots around, and I'm going to be looking for them. So I want Chris to know that just because a lot of other people disappeared from the search because of what was ruled, Chris and Riley's family, no, I'm still searching, and the work is not done for your loved one as well, because I don't feel that's what took place. It's obvious now that when the autopsy came out, the family don't feel that either. There is more answers. Everybody in the community, and I can say this with a fact, that 100%, and I don't say 100% very often, but I can in this situation, 100% of the community that reached out to me or that I came encountered with, 100% feel there's something missing.
Yeah, this is far from over.
It's no. See what I'm saying? You guys see what I'm saying? Yeah. That's the only way I see him. I don't know how other way. Because look from the side view. And then you can see her in view. That's a lot of room, you guys. Because yeah, this ain't nothing. This is not bad at all to walk down and then really open area.
Mm-hmm.
Got a lot of questions.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is very bizarre.
I don't know. I just don't understand how else he ends up in that water. Because he would have, if anything, these rocks at the shore would have even stopped him.
And that's what I was thinking the last time I was up here. I was like, I was just looking.
So I'll go ahead and pause it there. This is, I know the playlist just dropped. This is the spot where we go through all the theories and scenarios. And when we get to each one and I show you video footage as I'm explaining or coming across different thoughts, you get the perspective, whether it's the GoPro or the footage that we take. And then when I mix it together and do an episode like this one right here is one to watch, because it's going to go through every single thing, and not only just go through it, you're going to see it too, because the visual is, when we were down there visually, oh yeah, for sure, oh yeah, like this, like this, like this. And then you get down there visually, and then it's like, okay, now this is subtracted from this scenario, because this, now that we're down here and have this visual that I took you to, now that part of that scenario doesn't go along with the evidence. And so that's why it's so important. So definitely go, if you haven't seen that episode yet, definitely go check it out, because we combine the footage and show you exactly why none of this makes sense. And this is a reason why 100% of the people that I encountered with still feel that there's something missing. So we'll be back there in a couple days, going to look for those boots too. Still doesn't make sense. And then we got one more video here. This is from this is News Nation, and this is the family talking about the belt and the boots. Give me 1 second. Let's see here. All right, here's the latest one regarding the family says about the belts and the pants. Oh, I got to stop this real quick. Hold on. I love being able to use footage to re-explain things too, you know, because it's so clear and you can see so much.
Yeah, that adds a really different quality as well. Like that it's, you know, your footage.
Yeah, it just helps explain, you know, it just helps explain things, you know, with, because we're all doing this together, and the more information that we can have visually or mentally is just, you know, it does help. It helps everybody, because everybody together is gonna help any of these searches or any of these questionable things get brought to light too.
Imagine seeing your child drive off to college and then come home in a hearse. The family of Riley Strain doesn't have to imagine that awful scenario. They've experienced it. And tonight they have more details and more questions about the death of 22-year-old Missouri college student Riley Strain. Was it really an accident, as police say? Well, tonight the focus is on one key accessory that Riley was apparently wearing the night he disappeared from downtown Nashville, a belt. New information from the Strain family points to a possibility of a more sinister ending to the young man's life than the initial autopsy suggested. The Nashville Police Department has determined there were no signs of foul play. Riley's body was pulled from the Cumberland River 2 weeks after he vanished, about 8 miles away after a night out with friends. He allegedly left a local bar by himself. There is security footage of him walking off, but in the wrong direction, in the opposite direction of his hotel. Riley was found in the river without his pants, his wallet, or his cowboy boots that he was wearing the night he went missing. And despite a massive, intensive search of the area, those items of clothing have never turned up. The family says Riley was also wearing a belt the night he disappeared. Joining us now is Strain family friend Chris Dingman. Chris, great to have you back on the show. It's the first time I've had you on the show since Riley's funeral. I just first want to ask, how are Michelle and Chris and the rest of his family doing?
You know, I got to visit with them today. They came over to the office for a little bit, and we got to catch up and, you know, just talk about life, being home. Michelle was able to talk just a little bit and then instantly, you know, went into memories and missing her son. So it's still very, very brutal on the family right now. We're in the stage right now where we want answers.
Yeah.
We were able and blessed to bring Riley home and, you know, to bury him properly. But now the war room is totally turned into getting answers because people know there's some answers out there that we need to have.
What are those answers that you need, and how are they related to this belt that he and was apparently wearing that night that his parents say he wore every day?
Yeah, there's still some people of interest. We noticed that News Nation actually reached out Friday to the Metro Nashville Police Department following up on the investigation, seeing if there was any new information, and was told abruptly that there was no investigation. They were waiting for toxicology. So unlike more like what we have found this entire time of doing this, trying to find Riley, is we're going to have to find our information via the internet, via TikTok, via incredible reporters like you guys chasing down leads, because I strongly feel that we're not going to get any support from Metro Nashville. Our two strongest leads that we have received has been from the internet, not from the police, stuff that was given to the police. So,
and what are those leads?
What do you think?
The leads were like right there with the body cam. You know, we had people that had found the debit card shortly following that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he thanked, when we were at the vigil, that's why he thanked all of us in social media. 4 sentences and 2 went to LE in the United Cajun Navy. He thanked all of us more.
Yeah.
Because and then you have the UCN going up, spilling that fucking venom up in the community where Sebastian is. It's like, dude, get out of here. We don't need that fucking energy. You know, go do it in your own community, just like the trolls are. Go do it in your own community.
The couple that actually come forward from listening to a podcast that was in the last video that he was seen by the construction barricade. You know, there's so little, but when you're watching the film that you're showing right now with the police cam, when it spins around, there's actually there's some people that's farther down the way that looks like they're sitting outside their vehicle.
But what is hey, Chris, what's the significance of the belt? Because listen, you know, a lot of people don't realize that when something happens to a person, whether, for example, they're hit by a car, they're often knocked out of their shoes, out of their clothes. People don't understand that actually happens. Same thing happens when a person falls into a river. Items of clothing can be ripped off by the current, by the force of the fall. He still had his shirt on. And you say that because of a belt, he should have still had his pants on. Can you explain why you're attaching so much significance to the fact that you say he was wearing a belt?
Yeah, the belt, Riley had a swimmer's body, and I loved him for that. He was actually an excellent swimmer. And his hips, with the belt being on his hips, that would have been even more hard for the pants to come off in the water. It literally would have been snug to him. It would have been riding on his hips. Everybody we talked to about that, as soon as we found out he had a belt on that night, was like, wow, that totally changes the dynamics of why those articles are missing. His boots, they're a size 15 boot. Anytime any shoes or tennis shoes get wet, you know how hard it is just to get a tennis shoe off, let alone a size 15 boot. So the belt is a big piece of the puzzle that we now have. And,
you know, I don't understand, CJ, why she asked that question.
What do you mean?
What, like, what, you know, what, why are you basically saying, why are you attaching so much significance to the belt? I'm like, lady, it's common sense. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Like, come on. Can you ride a bike? I don't know.
Yeah, it's like when I'm out there doing the searches and shit, and you got, hey, make sure you lift up that rock. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, it was like the dumbest question ever. I'm like, why are you on? Why are you on the news? Like, God, that's just stupid.
Right? I
And
mean,
what an
well,
idiot!
really,
Who wrote these
like
questions, or did she come up
the
with them herself? She needs a
oh,
writer.
I'm sure she had an intern doing it because most of them have people doing all their fucking work and they just show up and read a prompter. Um, but with the video, it's like, yo, you got 5 minutes and 52 seconds or whatever. Why don't you like be prepared? Why don't you be able to ask the hard hitting questions in that 5.5 minutes or whatever? And you just wasted 15 to 20 seconds on a question that really didn't even frickin' matter. And that's what drives me crazy about this the when there's interviews like this, when it's like the two things that this kind of stuff where you're asking questions that just come on, you don't have all day. Ask the real questions. Ask the real questions. Why is it why
Yeah.
why are you going to ask, and then the questions you already know the answers to? And why do people start off the interviews asking how they're doing when you already damn know how they're doing? And so they
Yeah.
have to think more about how they're doing, and then it hurts them
Right.
even more. I never understood that either. Why ask them how good it's good? Come on.
Yeah. It sucks right now.
You're right.
It's
You're
just
right,
like
Raising Grace. Not everybody has common sense, and I was told you can't get it at the gas station, so you can't expect everybody to have it.
not even at Walmart. They don't have it.
No.
So
Not
there
even
you go.
Walmart. Okay.
Try Amazon, maybe. I don't know.
All right. So I wanted to share that. I'll just show this for a few as we're talking about this before we switch. We're going to switch to a little bit of Idaho4. And then in about 45 minutes or so, we'll take a few minute be right back, grab your snacks, intermission, and then we're going to be hitting it hard when it comes to Sebastian, all the footage that we got. We're going to be going through where the security was at, the vision cones, where the direction he could have walked. Because again, if you weren't in the show earlier, this is the zone that's been searched and not searched. So when it comes to that zone, oh, there's something else that just got added right here. This little water section right here just got added into the location here. So it's updated as we speak. The power team and I are going to be making our own search map that will show where we've searched and what we've noticed and different things like that. So we're going to have our own, and also this is one that's out there from Cal Topo. I don't know. I know it was being shared from SF Investigates on Twitter. And then there's the link. I'm not sure exactly. So I'll just promote that. I'm not exactly sure. There's no name associated with it. So whoever made it, shout out. It could be LE for all we even know as well, just for the information for the public. But when you look at this zone, no, we need to go through that security footage first, and I'm going to show you the footage where we swept the area so we could come up with the vision cones, so that way it can tell us this is the direction Riley Sebastian would have walked if he really did walk away. Was under a rock until Riley. Yeah, there's a lot of the communities is from those, because a lot of people didn't know about them until a lot of the social media presence. So.
Right.
Let me see here. So we're going to switch to Idaho4 for a few. Now, when it comes to some sketchy stuff, definitely check out some of the Idaho4 episodes we've done. There's a lot of stuff we've dug into that too. So if you think we're a power team with this stuff, you should see the power team stuff we did before when it came to discuss in this case. Now, there are some new documents out there. So here's the link to this website. Now, we haven't talked about this for a bit. We're going to cover this for a little bit, and then we're going to go real hardcore into Sebastian and the stuff that we have. So the latest the latest ones that have come out, now they have a 15th supplemental request for discovery. 15 of them. And then you got
Dang.
declaration. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying 15. Dang.
Yeah. It's 1 after 12, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Where's the information? Declaration in response to defendant's motion to rescind order, motion to unseal state's motion for order prohibiting contact, objection to defendant's motion to rescind order, and reply in support of motion for order prohibiting contact. Now, this is all stuff that was discussed in the latest court hearing. Right, Lucia? Like, this is like even more confusing when it comes to what really took place and what didn't. Hold on one second. Oh, there's a court hearing April 4th. On is that Thursday? What is today? Tuesday?
That sounds right, but I'm not sure.
Is it?
Yeah, that would be Thursday. That would be
Is
Thursday.
it Tuesday? Is it
It's
Tuesday? So
I don't know. I worked all weekend, and then I went to Hendersonville. It's a day. That's all I know. I don't work today. That's all I know.
okay, so Thursday is we're you know what? We're going to be going live. I didn't even realize it. I've been so busy out there. I didn't even realize that there's a court hearing coming up. Well, we're going to be there for the court hearing on Thursday, and we'll be having some Idaho4 show. What time is it? 1:30 p.m. Mountain. So that would be 11:30 Central. So yeah. So Thursday morning, afternoon, we'll do a show, and then I'll still head out to Nashville. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll have an Idaho4 show Thursday morning, early afternoon. So we'll be covering this and we'll probably end up before we show that court hearing on the show. We'll probably go through the previous one. So if anybody didn't catch the previous one and they want to get caught up, we'll go ahead and discuss the previous one. A lot of these documents that we're dropping, excuse me, are from basically discussions that were taking place in the previous court hearing. Tomorrow, I will not be searching for Sebastian. No, I'm going to be doing a show here, and then I'm going to be heading to Nashville. I'll be back on the search for Sebastian on Friday. I'll be doing Friday morning. And the cool thing about it is, everybody, and this is what's going to be awesome. Most of the time, whenever we started to do the searches for Sebastian, I would have to end up, it's a 2.5 hour drive from the location to Hendersonville. So it takes a long time for me to even get there to be able to start my search. And like I said, I always do two birds with one stone. I'm going to be going to Nashville because I have some meetings set up. I'm going to be talking to some new community members that have reached out to me. And I'm also going to be going back down there and exploring and trying to look for these boots too. So I'm going to be staying in Nashville Thursday night. And then I'm going to be, which is about a 40-minute drive, I will be in Hendersonville as soon as the sun comes up out there searching for you guys. So instead of you guys being in a show for a few hours where we're on the road and going to the location, you better get ready for Friday and buckle up because it's going to be bright and early when CJ's going to be out there searching. So that's what's coming up. I just needed to take a couple-day break. And I know every time that Charlie's out there, I know, or every time that I'm out there, I know he's going to want to be out there, and he needs to take a break too for his ankle. He needs to get some rest and let that thing heal up and get better before he goes back out there and kind of re-injures it even more. because even when you have that kind of injury, the rest of your body is making up for it, and that's where other injuries take place. So uh, when when you're nursing an injury, you're actually transferring that to another part of your body, which then will break down as well. And so Charlie's safety and his health is the main concern, and I want to make sure. Charlie, do me a favor, take another break, bro. Take another break. I wouldn't even, with your ankle and it being fractured, man. Even if you join the panel or you call me and I can be out there, I want you to get healthy first, because you never know when you're out there, and you know this too, man. Whenever we're out there, it only takes one slight part of ground that isn't set, and next thing you know, you may have re-injured it even worse than before. We got to make sure that we're healthy and safe first before we go out there and do these things, because we might put us in a position where we're not able to do this anymore in the future. And that would be a travesty, because if you already have the soul to go out there and do these things, that's what we need more of. We just need everybody healthy and safe first. So we will be going into that. Now, when it comes to this case, if you're not familiar with the Idaho4 case, there's a lot to catch up on, trust me, but there's one thing that's not, you don't need to catch up on, and it's the fact that when there's 3 other male DNA profiles that were found but not, quote, tested because they didn't qualify, uh, there's some suspiciousness to it, and you don't have to go back and research this case to see that that is a joke when you're trying to charge one person with this crime, when some of this stuff just doesn't even make sense. Like the other cases that we were doing, going out on location and talking about, I even went out location in Moscow, Idaho, and Pullman as well. When it comes to these cases, it's not just the missing, it's also the shadiness of how things are even being led to. And that's one of them. 3 other male DNA wasn't tested before they weren't qualified to be tested, but yet somehow 20 skin cells was enough for this individual to be charged with 4 homicides and have a DP thrown at him. We'll see.
Leaders in Idaho say they have DNA linking Bryan Kohberger to the murders of 4 University of Idaho students. But it's not the only DNA that was found at the scene. And could other DNA point to other suspects during the trial? Thanks for joining me for Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Bryan Kohberger's trial for the murders of those 4 University of Idaho students could begin in the spring of 2025. That's an entire year from now. We know about some of the evidence in the case, but there's still a whole lot we don't know. One of the things that's been discussed a lot is DNA. Kohberger maintains he didn't kill Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle in a house off campus in November of 2022. But prosecutors say he's their guy, and the evidence points squarely at him. Kohberger's DNA, according to police, was found on the snap of a knife sheath on Maddie Mogen's bed. That DNA profile led to Kohberger being identified as a suspect using genetic genealogy. But Kohberger's defense team said in a court document last year that there are 3 other unknown male DNA profiles that were found at the scene of the murders. 2 were inside the house, and 1 was outside of the house on King Road on a glove. Many people provided DNA during this investigation. One person even had their DNA taken from a discarded cigarette butt. So how big of a deal could unidentified DNA be in Bryan Kohberger's trial if it happens in 2025, as we expect? Joining me to discuss this is Law and Crime host, Jonna Spilbor. She's also a defense attorney. Jonna, thanks for coming on. When we first heard about this unidentified DNA last summer, that there were 3 profiles, 2 in the house, 1 on a glove outside, we were all like, wow, that sounds like it could be a big deal. But I also think about a college house as just a giant petri dish full of God knows whose DNA. Right. So what do you think about the defense specifically naming or identifying these 3 sources of
male DNA that were never identified or they're unknown?
I think it's a huge deal. And of course, I agree with you that in this type of house, there's going to be a lot of DNA from a lot of different people, right? And it might have gotten there in non-nefarious ways. But when you're dealing with a crime of this magnitude, of this seriousness, which really, and I keep going back to this, really started out as a needle in a haystack type of investigation, then you do want to test all the testable DNA at the crime scene. So this is going to be big, and especially from a defense perspective, if it doesn't get, sort of fettered out pre-trial, you can bet your bottom dollar that this is going to be part of the defense in this case, what we call, kind of flippantly, but it actually has become part of the legal vernacular, the Saudi defense, the some other dude did it defense, a third party defense. This kind of DNA untested would be monumental in this case for the defense.
I assume that any DNA that they believed was significant, they tried to identify. If there were unknown profiles, the state did, and they may still be doing that. I mean, this was filed last summer. Mm-hmm. And so they talk about in this filing, the defense had said, they got some guy's DNA off of a cigarette butt. They had found that, probably a potential suspect. So there are all kinds of ways to get DNA from people. I'm sure some people surrendered their DNA willingly, said, yeah, swab my cheek, whatever. But going through and looking at all of that, I mean, there's going to be DNA in certain places that could be significant. And the defense could point to that and say, oh, well, this is somebody you don't know about. And it could be anybody who had access to that house.
Correct. And if the defense is given an opportunity to do its own testing, that can happen too, which is sort of, it's weird, right? Because the defense doesn't have an obligation to do that. It's not their burden of proof. You would think, I mean, just let's think about this case for a minute. You would think that the DA, the prosecutor, would want to gather all of the DNA that is available. And as we just talked about, that could be quite a lot. But with that, with the testing and doing the same thing that they applied allegedly to Kohberger, they could figure out whether they have the right guy. I mean, that is the crux of this case. It's not enough to prove that a crime has been committed. And frankly, they don't need to prove that. That's obvious. They need to connect the dots. They need to find the right person or people who committed this crime. So the defense is going to be screaming that they want the state to go ahead and test that DNA. And if they don't, then they're going to want their own sample of it to test themselves, guaranteed.
The world can be a scary, scary place. This case makes that very clear. Truthfinder.com is a website that you can use to keep you and your family as safe as possible.
And please do me a favor, if you'd like to contribute to CJ's Coffee Fund, all you have to do is click on that Amazon wish list, and there's all sorts of different flavors that you can choose to send to me. We got Snickers, we got Butterfinger, we got all sorts of different flavored coffee. The only reason that I'm talking about this right now is because they're trying to throw in a little commercial in there. So they already get my Charmin money when I play their video. So what I'm going to do is just use a little bit of that to be able to, go ahead and throw that coffee cup up there. Wow, I still can't believe this commercial is going on. They're really promoting this Truth Finder.
Sorry.
I don't know what else to say. I ran out of shit to say. Damn, this commercial's long.
Start again.
Right? If you'd like to contribute to CJ. Okay, here we go.
There you go. They kind of said that the defense was mischaracterizing this. It couldn't be put into CODIS. I'm sure there are certain standards that need to be met, or you have to have so much DNA. I'm not exactly 100% sure how that works, but there are certain things that are required in order to put a sample into CODIS. So what could be going on with that? Or is it maybe there's not enough of it, or why would you not put something into CODIS? That's the combined DNA index system of known felons that is run by the FBI.
right? And usually, if there's not enough to be tested, that is usually the biggest sticking point. But in a case like this, I mean, we got to also keep in mind, because this is also a huge deal. The reason why the state was able to hone in on Kohberger is through genetic genealogy. So it's got this kind of newish science going on. And you would think that, all right, well, if they're going to do that, if they're going to apply this, what I'm sure the defense is going to term as junk science, then why not also collect all the collectible DNA and do what you got to do to make sure that you have the right.
Okay, I don't know why she said junk science. Because when the people that are the ones that lead that kind of research and they tell you that it's not used to convict people and that it's a art, not a science, it's not junk evidence, it's called evidence that already doesn't mean that much. So they're mislabeling the evidence like, oh, the defense is going to say it's junk evidence. No. The defense is saying this is evidence that you're using to charge somebody with a death penalty. And the people that do the shit are telling you that it's already highly, like, I don't even know the word. You can't use it. Yeah, thank you, Rosie. Subjective. Like, the way that they represent this stuff, what if it was her son?
Right.
Would she say junk evidence? That's why we have to approach these cases like we do if it was us. Because that's when you get the real opinions. This right here, I don't like that. I don't like it being called junk science. It's not junk science. Is it junk science if it was your son? I don't think so, lady. You'd probably be saying what we're saying right now. You're creating fake rubber to put in a fucking tire patch for holes that are all over the tire to make a new tire. You're manipulating shit. You're taking stuff that doesn't exist before and putting it into something to create something, and you're using that to charge somebody with a death penalty. It's not junk science, lady. Think if it was your son, or even if you had one.
I wonder how much she's getting paid to say that.
I don't know. Probably really good because she's got that Shure microphone too, and those things are like $300 or $400.
Yeah, I know. I want one so bad.
I still want one. I know. I've been looking at the you know how like the silver radio DJ microphone. You know what I'm talking about? That's got like those slits in it on each side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've been eyeing on for a long time. Because I think, yeah, you know, the little microphone that's on my little my Tidal and all that stuff, that silver chrome microphone. Yeah, I've been eyeing that baby for a while. I just can't pull the trigger on it.
See, I don't even care. I just want a microphone that will make me not sound like a mouse. That's my only wish.
Well, you should, if anybody's on a budget, you should get this. I'm trying to remember what microphone. VIVNE or something like that. It's the best money I've spent. And this microphone, Silky, is only $20 on Amazon now. I bought it for 80 or 100. Well, I didn't buy it. It was gifted from the wish list from the community. But they're like selling regular price for $20 now.
Well, I may check that out, but the thing is, CJ, you don't sound that much different in person. Like, there is more depth, you know, in the microphone, I can tell, but it's not that different. See, I need almost like a voice changer. I need something to give me a lot of depth because I squeak, I squeal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Get this microphone and you'll get that. It won't be that different. It might be, I don't know. Ever since I got this microphone, it's great. So if you think my voice don't change with it, it probably do the same for you.
I don't know, but that's it. That's the problem. I need like a big voice changer. Make it different. Make it better.
No, because then when people see you, they'll be like, "Who the hell is this? And where'd she come from?" You don't want to scare people,
Until I laugh, and then
right?
they're like, oh,
Yeah,
that's Silky. Yeah, there we
yeah.
go.
Like Jackie says, just not the demon voice. Then.
I'm gonna go back and listen to that. I don't know.
You
I've
should.
got to go to the store in just a little while and take that back.
You
for
should,
sure.
because it's creepy as all get out. I was getting tingles down my damn neck the whole way, and it was hard to concentrate on the road because I was every second and a half. It's like blah, 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 it just kept doing it. It just didn't stop.
And I was listening because I was about to get in the stream, and then I got scared. I was like, should I go in? I don't know.
That is so weird. Yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to that back. So I guess CJ was about thinking there was a demon in his back seat or something.
Yeah, it was probably halfway through, maybe even 3/4 through the On the Road show, because you hadn't joined for quite a while, and I'd been on the road already. So when you go you go to search for it, it's probably like halfway, 3/4 through the drive. So yeah. And if anybody else has it, y'all got to check it out. Just look for when Silky joins the panel. It's shit's creepy. It happened ASAP too.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rosie.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, without the demon voice thing, I think Silky's voice sounds fine. I think it sounds nice.
I don't notice the difference too much. So
Oh, I hate it. I hate it. It's just so.
yourself, I don't sound the same to me when I'm listening to myself. That's probably it. You talking about when like you listen to yourself?
I think you sound the
Sound
same.
the same. I don't think so. I think I sound really different.
No, I mean there's
that's me.
definitely more depth because it catches the
Well, yeah,
more.
I'm like, it'd be like talking right up in your, like, hey, Silky, like right
Yeah,
in your ear or
yeah.
something,
Yeah, that's what it would be like. But even like when we're on location, like you sound the same. You really do.
Yeah,
So it's not. Yeah.
No,
You
but
have
when you're
you have a
listening
lot of
to your-
quality to your voice, I guess is what I'm trying to say. In real life, you have a lot of quality to your voice. And see, I don't. Neither on a
What do you mean?
microphone.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
You have a unique voice and a unique laugh.
Yeah, it's unique.
You
all
have
right.
the best laugh.
Yeah,
You really do have the best
like,
laugh.
you have a unique voice, and everybody would know Silky. Shit.
I
Well,
don't
I
know.
like your voice. Is all I'm saying.
Well, thank you. I've always hated it. I hate to hear myself back. I'm like, oh my god, I sound like a munchkin.
I hate to hear myself too. I don't feel like I sound the same either.
No,
No
you're
one likes hearing themselves, so
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
you're
know.
just comparing your own voice because you're hearing it in a different way because you're hearing it through your ears, which gives it a different sound.
Can I hear it out of somebody else's ears? That'd be great.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, if you want to get possessed, maybe.
I think I did.
If you want to come back as a goat, you could probably hear it from a.
People have told me my voice sounds like a deranged dolphin.
No. They just have hate inside their own soul. That's all.
I honestly, this is a couple of years ago. I was with some friends in Ocean City, Maryland, and we were walking down the boardwalk, and there was this bird. I was laughing. Of course, I'm always laughing about something, and with everybody. And there was this bird making this sound, and one of the people that was with me said, "You know what? That bird sounds just like your laugh." And I stopped and recorded it, and I'm like, "Dang, I really do. I laugh like some kind of seagull."
A seagull? I've never heard a seagull laugh like that.
Well, it was a beach bird. I guess it was a seagull, but it was a beach bird, and it was going, and some kind of like that, and like you couldn't tell the difference between my laugh and this dang bird. I'm like, oh my god, how annoying!
You're You're just whoa. Where's that seagull coming from? You're just too hard on yourself, Silky. Sorry, I thought a seagull was flying by me. Come on, Silky.
See, that's what I mean. I hope I've still got that video somewhere. I'm like, dang.
You're too hard on yourself. You're too hard.
You really are.
I know. I'm looking for seagull poop and shit now. Oh shit. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm done with you, Shelby. You just been typing too much dumb shit in the chat the whole show, and but seagulls are cool. Get the fuck out of here. You know? God damn. You know, you just been typing dumb shit the whole show. See, I have the eagle eye, people. Be careful when I'm in the fucking studio, because I smell the steak hot dogs before they even get done cooking.
I didn't even see anything by
because the other part of the DNA, the other side of the DNA coin here, is the defense is going to argue that, well, hang on, because of the gruesomeness of this crime, right? 4 victims, bloody, massacred. Why is it then that there is none of their DNA if this continues to hold true? Why is there none of their DNA anywhere in Kohberger's life? Car, apartment, parents' home, what have you? So when you take those two things, right? When you take the lack of maybe the state testing other DNA samples, and you take the fact that there is no DNA where there should be DNA, do you get to reasonable doubt in such a heinous case? I'm sure that's where the defense is going to go as well.
And this is a heinous case. I mean, they're saying, the defense said that basically there's been no connection established between Kohberger and these victims. Now, we don't know that to be true. The state's never come out and refuted that. And they don't have to at this point. They don't need to do that. That's all for trial. But the defense has said there wasn't one speck of DNA from these victims, and you might expect that, found in Kohberger's car if he indeed is fleeing the scene. Even if he had time to clean it up, let's say, you would expect with such a bloody scene, what we thought would be a bloody scene, my goodness, 4 kids stabbed, that you would find some type of evidence in his vehicle.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. Like, you can't, DNA is so strange. You can't actually ever really clean it all up. And if you do, then you're going to find the evidence that somebody was trying to clean it up. And I don't think so far that the state has that much. I mean, it was such a bloody scene that he would not be able to, absent burning his car, be able to get rid of the DNA that they would have been able to get out of it if he were in fact the culprit. So that's why this is really going to be a fascinating case of science on the one hand, assuming that we don't have any other defendants that crop up between now and the potential 2025 trial. And again, and we talked about this, you and I, on a prior show of yours, this really, the fact that they got Kohberger is just so needle in a haystack. You would think that they would want to look at other avenues because they know that the prosecution knows this is where the defense is going to go. The defense is going to say, you honed in on this guy and that was it, and you didn't look at any other possibilities, and that can be a valid defense at trial. So I think there's a lot brewing behind the scenes that has yet to come out, but hopefully will before this case ends up in front of a jury.
Yeah, I just think about how much DNA is floating around that house. I know the state will say, well, the DNA that matters is the DNA on that knife sheath, on that snap. And it's a single source. It's Bryan Kohberger's. And that's all you need to worry about. I'm wondering, though, what else could be on that sheath? We haven't heard if there is possibly any other DNA of anybody else on that sheath. And that sheath was found under Maddie Mogen's body or on her bed.
Yeah. And you would think that there would be other DNA on that as well. And I don't want to get off on a non-DNA tangent, but it does remind me that, and I hopefully we'll hear more about this, some people lived that night. There was a witness who lived and claims to have seen a person in the house. Like, why are we not hearing more from that potential witness about things happening that night? Maybe, and I think that person could be quite crucial. So I'm anxious to hear if we do learn anything more from that. Another roommate who wasn't massacred.
I think we will. We'll just have to wait for trial to learn more. Jonna Spilbor, thank you as always.
Anjanette, always a pleasure. Thanks very much.
And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll see you back here next time.
Damn, I need that music. Boom.
You could just sing it.
All right. Now I got to share this real quick because I like to call some shit out before it happens. I wanted to share this real quick.
Yeah,
This
you
is a
called it.
video. Yeah, this is a video. They're calling it all. Fry's gonna retire. Dollinger's gonna be the new chief of Moscow. December 19th is when I made the video about it. And it's April. Made a lot of other predictions as well when it came to the things that were going to take place. And it's all fucking been just... This was another one, Dollinger. This was the episode, if you want to go check it out. When that was a pretty... If you guys want to laugh your ass off too, I was going on a roll that night too. And when we were watching that council meeting where Fry was saying thank you to Dollinger for his achievements in the training academy course that he just graduated from. And that's when I said, oh, Fry's going to retire. Dollinger's going to be your new chief. Right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
You should do a whole video of CJ's predictions. It'd almost be like The Simpsons. That crazy, stuff. CJ's predictions.
Yeah. So this is the episode. Go check it out sometime. I just wanted to share that real quick. Guess who is the new chief of Moscow? Ding, 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 ding. Thank you very much, Caddy. Thanks for sharing that. And we will be having the court hearing streamed when it's on Thursday, so we'll be doing that. I might go to Nashville tomorrow night. I'm still going to think about it, so maybe I'll be in Nashville tomorrow. And then I'll be... I don't know. It'll probably be best if I do it Thursday night. That way, when I get up early, I don't even have to worry about a show on Thursday. I could do the show for Sebastian Friday, so... I'll think about it. It's probably Thursday, the more that I really do think about it. But so if you want to give us, I'm going to take about I'm just going to say like a 10-minute break. I'm going to snack on something real quick because we're going to be digging into the Sebastian Rogers footage. We're going to be coming up with the maps. We're going to be going through all of that stuff, digging into all the stuff that I need to do before I get back out on the road, because this is going to be preparation that needs to be done that I can't do on the road in order to be the most effective that I can be. So we're going to be digging into that. I definitely need you guys. If you guys want to take a 10-minute break, you already know I'll be back after that 10 minutes, literally just 10 minutes. And I'll be back and we'll sit here and chat. And then we'll spend the next 4 or 5 hours. I will be, whoever wants to hop up and hang out. I'll be spending the next 4 hours or so, maybe 5 hours with you guys. And we're going to be digging through all of that stuff after this break. So we do need to take a little break, get some refreshments, get some snacks, take a little, eat something, get a steak hot dog, and we'll be back here just about 10 minutes. And yeah, I need a break too. See you in a few. Get your snacks, and we're going to throw up that little intermission sign for you. Go get yourself a snack, and we'll be right back. Okay, hold on one second. All right. I'm gonna there's still a tornado warning. I can't even like connect on my phone or anything, so I'm gonna end this live here real quick, and I'm gonna set up another one from my phone when I go back down into the basement, and I'm
Oh
gonna
my
set it.
gosh.
I'm gonna set it for like a half or like 45 minutes or something. Just I don't know. Let this thing go by. I was down in the basement and the power flickered and I heard a transformer blow somewhere in the neighborhood, but I still have electricity. So I'm just going to let this storm kind of go through and see what's going to happen. And I'll just set the notification for 45 and I'll just make it an episode where we're going to be digging in to the footage and photography and maps and stuff like that. So we'll just have a dedicated episode, and I'm just gonna extend this break just a little bit just to let this go through. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I'm watching Ryan Hall, so be safe, CJ.
Yeah, I'm trying to load him up and it won't even load down there. I will. I'll see you guys here in about 45.
All right, bye-bye.
Someone shot there. Alright, the ET doesn't take pictures of the police and domestic relations. Fulton. 47 Fulton, okay. 10 o'clock. Um, 4235 in the beat is coming over, so domestic battery at 18.